Hello everyone. You are listening Darkwood Tales podcast, and I am here to tell you true deep wood stories. Close your eyes and enjoy. The silence shattered like glass. It wasn't the distant snap of a twig under careless boots, nor the groan of a dying tree yielding to its slow, inevitable rot. This was something else entirely, a voice, low and cracked, like it hadn't spoken in decades, curled out from between the frost-hardened pines and slid beneath the hood of my coat, rasping just behind my right ear in a tone so venomous it froze my lungs mid-breath. I stopped, one foot suspended over the half-frozen creek, boot hovering in uncertainty above the ice-glazed stone. My breath, once rhythmic and sure, bloomed into the air in startled puffs, curling upward and vanishing like it had somewhere more important to be. "Hell find you here, Michael," it hissed, almost lovingly, almost like it knew me, like it had always known me. I turned fast, flashlight slicing through the pale trunks and black voids between the branches, each sweep of the beam revealing nothing but the skeletal architecture of trees buried under snow-dusted moss and ancient bark. The woods of Cold Hollow held their breath. Not even the wind moved, as if the entire forest had grown ears and was straining to listen to the same voice that had somehow wrapped its cold fingers around the base of my skull. The snow beneath my boots crunched, a jarring sound in the sudden stillness. My shoulders rose with each breath, stiff from the weight of the pack and the creeping sense that something was wrong. Not just out of place, not just strange, but fundamentally wrong, like a painting with all the colors inverted, or a child's face wearing an adult's eyes. I scanned the trees again and again. Nothing, no movement, no heat signature, just the unbroken cathedral of pine trunks and twisted brush, each needle brittle with ice and watching. The forest had never felt like this before. I've hiked this trail 100 times since retirement. I know every bend, every slope, every trick of light the canopy plays in October and November. But this wasn't the same forest. I knew it the moment I stepped off the service road and into the trailhead, when the bird song cut short and the sun began to fade far too fast, like someone was dimming the world just to watch me squint. That voice, God, that voice, it wasn't an echo. It didn't bounce from the trees or dissolve into the fog like real sounds should. It slithered, it nested, and worst of all, it knew my name, not the name scrawled on old firefighter rosters or etched into the metal plaque they gave me when I retired. It spoke the name my wife whispered when she thought I was sleeping, the name my mother used when she held me after my father's funeral, the name that doesn't belong in the mouth of strangers. The ice in my throat melted into bile. I kept walking, though every inch of my spine screamed to turn back, to run, to leave the woods now. But the fog had begun to rise, pale and thin at first, like breath on a mirror, and now thicker, weightier, curling in ghost-white eddies between the trunks, swirling low around my boots and licking at my calves like the ground itself had begun to rot. I tried the radio. Nothing but static. Wet, sloshing static. Like someone had left the mic in a bucket of brackish water. I pulled off the headset and listened. No wind, no birds. No small animals rustling in the dead underbrush. Just that damned voice echoing inside my skull. Now softer. More rhythmic, like it was whispering through a long tunnel carved into the marrow of my bones. He'll find you here. Who? I hadn't seen another soul since I left my truck by the ranger gate. The rangers were off for the season. There were no tourists this time of year. No campers. No idiot teenagers daring each other to poke around in haunted woods. Just me, a map, a pack, and this creeping fog that felt like it was waiting for something. The trees began to change. It was subtle at first. The moss grew thicker, blacker, hanging like diseased fur from every bough. The trunks twisted more sharply, leaning not toward the sun, but toward me, like they wanted to listen better. The bark split in places, and from within those splits leaked something dark and sticky, like oil mixed with old blood. The smell hit next, earthy at first, then sharp, then wrong. Not rot, not death, more like something trying very hard to pretend it hadn't died a long time ago. I pushed further in, telling myself I could turn back any moment, that I just needed to confirm the weather station was transmitting, and then I'd be done. A quick check-in, a couple photographs, and then back to the cabin for coffee and warmth. It didn't just frighten, it compelled. I don't remember choosing to keep walking. My legs moved, sure and steady, but my mind was elsewhere, spinning through memories I hadn't touched in years. A child crying in a smoky stairwell, a man trapped under burning beams, a hand I couldn't reach, whispers, always whispers, some of them mine. When I looked up again, I was somewhere unfamiliar. The trail had disappeared. The red tags I'd tied around branches for safety were gone, as if they'd never existed. My boot prints behind me had faded, swallowed by the fog or the trees or whatever was watching. And I was sure something was watching. Not one thing, but many, dozens, hundreds, maybe. Eyes in the bark, in the cracks, in the hollows between roots. I couldn't see them, but I felt their gaze, dull and ancient and waiting. I stopped beside a fallen log. The wood was swollen with moss, but something protruded from the rot, something white. I knelt, brushing the moss away with the back of a gloved hand, and froze. Teeth. Human, still rooted in part of a jaw. The bone had been there long enough to gray, but not long enough to be clean. I stared. No animals had touched it. No insects crawled over it. It lay there, offered up by the forest, like a warning too old and tired to scream. Behind me, the whisper returned. Closer now. Michael, it said, more tender this time, like a lullaby sung by something that didn't remember how to be human. He sees you now. And then, a second voice, not whispering, not malicious, begging, please hear me. Please, am still here. I'm still here. Static swallowed the sound. But not before I heard the panic, the pleading. So human, it shattered something inside me. I stood, backing away from the log, my hand hovering near the axe, strapped to my side. The fog coiled tighter around me. My breath came faster. I turned slowly, eyes scanning every branch, every hollow, every flicker of movement that might have been a trick of light or something else. And in the thickening wall of fog, I saw it, a shape, huge, lumbering, covered in moss and shadow, its form half hidden by the swirling gray, but unmistakably watching, unmoving, just waiting. I didn't run, not yet, but my body began to tremble, not from cold, but from a memory, something old and buried, clawing its way to the surface. Something I hadn't remembered in years, and in that moment, I realized the fog wasn't just around me anymore. It was inside me, and it was hungry. I kept moving. Slowly at first, every step placed deliberately, each footfall measured like I was navigating through an unmarked minefield. The fog thickened around me until it was more than air. It had substance, weight, and an almost wet, fibrous quality, like breathing through old cotton left in a cellar. My flashlight beam bent inside it, distorted, like the fog was eating light itself. Nothing should absorb light like that. Nothing natural. My hands trembled, though I kept them steady enough not to drop the flashlight or my hatchet. It worked fires that chewed through entire neighborhoods. It crawled through smoke, so black and thick you couldn't tell up from down. But this was different. The fog wasn't hiding the danger. It was the danger. It whispered things, half-heard syllables slipping between my ears like fishing lines cast into a drowning man's mouth. Behind me, a branch snapped. Not the crisp pop of dry wood underfoot, but the slow, wet crack of something heavy leaning against a tree. It didn't quite understand how to grasp. I froze. The silence afterward was too complete, like the forest was holding its breath, watching to see what I would do next. I didn't turn. Not yet. A voice reached me, garbled and wet, like someone shouting through water or sludge. Please, please. I didn't say yes. I didn't. I spun around, flashlight stabbing through the mist. The beam caught nothing, just swirling white, darker shadows beyond the trees, and the suggestion of movement, slow and deliberate, just out of range. Whatever was out there wasn't afraid of me. It wasn't trying to run. It was waiting. I pressed forward, deeper into the woods, instinct pulling me left. Though I no longer trusted my internal compass, I no longer trusted anything, not the tools strapped to my belt, not the weight of my backpack, not even the familiar ache in my knees. The fog had stolen more than my bearings. It was beginning to peel away memory, layer by layer. I passed a tree I didn't recognize, its bark slick and black with something like oil. At its base, a pile of feathers, some burnt, others bloodied, none attached to anything living. I couldn't tell what kind of bird they'd belonged to. A smell rolled off the pile like heat from a vent, copper and fungus, and something sweet and spoiled, like rotting fruit, drowned in perfume. Ahead, something moved across the trail. It wasn't fast. It didn't need to be. It had weight, tremendous weight, and its body dragged low to the ground. I only caught a sliver of its shape, its moss-covered flank, sliding through the fog like a barge through sludge, its bulk disrupting the silence in a way that made the trees creak and lean. I dropped low, crouching behind a fallen log, heart hammering against the inside of my ribs. The moss-back behemoth, that name slid unbidden into my mind, like it had always been there, something from the old legends. Ranger stories, campfire tales told by men too sober to be lying, but those were just myths. Local color, and yet, here it was, massive and slow and real, covered in hanging moss, and something thicker, darker. Its movement made the ground shudder, not with force, but with intention. It didn't look for me, not directly, but I felt its gaze anyway, a pressure on the inside of my skull, like someone pressing ice cubes into my brain. I bit down hard on my tongue, just to stay conscious. Another whisper. Closer now. Not from the behemoth, but from everywhere. Say yes, it murmured. Say yes, and the pain will end. I didn't respond. I wouldn't, but the whisper didn't need permission to continue. My hand slipped on the bark. Blood welled where a splinter sliced into my palm, and the moment it surfaced, the fog thickened again, rushing forward, hungry, like it could smell it. I backed away slowly, wrapping my hand in a scrap of cloth from my pack, eyes darting to every shadow, every moving branch. Then I heard it again, the other voice, pleading. Human. Female. Maybe, soaked in fear. Am still here. Am still me. Don't let it take me. Don't. It cut off with a wet gasp, and something heavy shifted in the fog beyond my view. This wasn't just a cursed place. It was a trap, and I wasn't the first to walk into it. I wasn't even the first today. I needed to get out. I turned back the way I came, or what I thought was the way, and started to move quickly now, low and fast, ducking under branches and around trees that looked less and less familiar by the second. One felt loose, stretchy, like minutes were dripping through my fingers like syrup. The fog began to whisper more names now, not just mine, names I recognized, barely. Coworkers, friends, old calls from the firehouse, a woman I pulled from a burning house. 15 years ago, Shed died. She couldn't be here. She couldn't be speaking to me now. You didn't save me, she whispered. You couldn't. You chose not to. I fell against a tree. Breath ragged. The guilt punched through me like a sledgehammer. And for a second, I didn't remember what I was doing in these woods at all. I had to remind myself. I'm Michael, retired firefighter. I came to check the weather station. I came to be alone. I came to forget. But the fog didn't let you forget. It took your forgetting and twisted it into chains. Something moved behind me. Close. I turned too late. I dashed. Knock. The behemoth. Something smaller. Faster. A shape with too many joints in the wrong places. Skittering through the brush with limbs like broken branches. It didn't attack, just circled, observed. Smiling. Though it didn't have a mouth, and as it passed, it left behind a whisper like a trail of smoke. Say yes, Michael. Then it was gone, and I was alone again, but not really. Never really alone in Cold Hollow. Not anymore. I don't remember how long I walked. The trees no longer stood still. They swayed. Not with the wind. There was no wind, but as if stirred by something deep beneath the ground, their trunks bowing in rhythmic groans, like they were bending to some buried heartbeat. The fog pulsed with it, expanding and contracting in a slow, aching cadence that made me nauseous to look at too long. And all the while, the whispers continued. Sometimes they came from ahead, beckoning me forward, other times from behind, urging me to turn back. But mostly, they came from within, from that dark, hollow pit in the center of my skull where thought used to live. Michael. Always my name. Over and over, in voices that had no mouths, no faces, just presence. Some were warm, familiar, others cold and scraping, like claws across frozen metal. Some promised peace, others screamed of fire, but none of them offered truth. I passed a marker, a ranger's trail sign, wooden and rotted, half swallowed by ivy. It pointed nowhere. The names had faded, leaving only splinters and the faint outline of carved letters, long since erased by time and rot. Something dark stained its base. I didn't look closely. Ahead, a glimmer, small, subtle, barely there, a flicker of orange light, like a candle flame behind misted glass. I moved toward it, cautious, knees aching beneath the weight of old years and fresh fear. Each step cracked dead branches and stirred the undergrowth. And yet nothing responded. No birds, no deer, no life, only that distant glow. As I got closer, I realized the light came from a lantern. It hung crooked from the limb of a tree, its base swaying gently. It shouldn't have worked. There were no batteries, no fuel, but it burned anyway, casting flickering shadows in circles that seemed to move independent of the lantern's swing. Beneath it, a shape. Human. A man sat against the tree trunk, knees drawn to his chest, head slumped forward. His coat was ranger issue, torn, faded green with a rusted badge on the shoulder. I approached slowly, flashlight aimed low, not wanting to disturb him, but he was already far past disturbance. His face was gone, not torn off, not eaten, worn away, erased, like someone had taken a damp cloth to a chalk drawing. His features were smooth skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth, just blank, pale flesh, stretched over the shape of a skull. And in his lap, a notebook, its pages open, soaked with moisture, ink bleeding into wild, frenzied patterns. I picked it up. hands shaking. Most of it was illegible. Smears, scribbles, lines that started and trailed off halfway, but one page, one line was clear, scratched so hard into the paper that the pen had torn it. It takes memory first. My breath caught. I turned away, bile rising in my throat, eyes scanning the forest for movement. I half expected the behemoth to rise from behind a tree, to come crawling, dragging moss and bone, and breath that smelled like compost and regret. But it didn't, not yet. Instead, the lantern dimmed. The fog pressed closer, and the voice returned. "Michael, do you remember your daughter?" I froze. I tried to picture her face. I knew I had a daughter. I remembered the hospital room. I remembered the tiny hand curled around my thumb. But the rest, blurred, soft edges, smeared details, her voice, her laugh, even her name. Mevri Tade. Wand? No, I whispered. No, you don't get to have that. You don't. The forest groaned. Deep. Pined. Like something enormous shifting beneath it. Stretching roots like veins through the soil. The trees leaned closer. The behemoth was near. I didn't hear it. I felt it. Like pressure on my teeth. Like the air was being pushed out of my lungs, inch by inch. My ears rang. My knees buckled. A shape passed behind the trees, to my left. Massive, slow, its moss-draped body brushed against the trunks, leaving thick smears of black-green ooze in its wake. I pressed myself to the ground, hiding behind the faceless ranger's corpse, breath shallow. It didn't chase me. It didn't need to. It was everywhere. It was the fog. It was the voice. It was the forgetting. And worse, it was patient. A sudden scream, ragged, human, desperate, ripped through the woods ahead. A woman, the same voice as before, begging, "I'm still me. Please." I remember. Silence. The forest swallowed the sound like a mouth clamping shut. I got up and ran. Branches tore at my coat. Roots clawed at my boots. I didn't care. I moved on instinct, on fear, on the need to hold on to something before it was all stripped away. But already, I could feel the gaps, moments missing, memories leaking through cracks. I couldn't patch faces I used to know, slipping into mist, names dissolving on my tongue. Ahead, a shape, a wooden structure, half collapsed, rotting, an old fire lookout station. I pushed through the broken door, stumbled inside, slammed it shut. Dark, musty, smelled like old ash and mold. I lit a flare from my pack, red light casting sick shadows across the warped floorboards. The room was mostly empty. Just a chair, a collapsed desk, and an old radio perched uselessly on the window ledge. The glass was broken. The cold came through in waves. I tried the radio. A crackle. Then, a burst of sound. Help anyone. Fog took her, it's alive. I can't think straight. Then, static. I screamed into the receiver. I'm here. This is Michael. I'm at the lookout station. Someone answer me. What? Nothing. The fog crawled through the cracks in the wall. Slow, relentless. I dropped the flare. It sizzled against the wood, but didn't catch. Red light filled the room, flickering like breath. Then the whisper, right behind me. Say yes, Michael. Say yes, and you'll remember everything. I didn't turn. I didn't have to. I could feel its breath. Cold and wet, heavy with moss and hunger. I closed my eyes and remembered. Less than before. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. The walls of the station groaned with each breath of the cursed fog, and the shadows the flare had left behind danced even after it burned itself out. In the absence of light, my mind filled the black with worse things, shapes crawling just beyond reach, fingers brushing the edge of my coat, a rasping breath beneath the floorboards that didn't match my own. Every few minutes, I pressed the radio's call button, but only static answered. Somewhere outside, the mossback behemoth moved. It didn't crash or stomp, it slithered. Not like a snake, but like a mountain learning to crawl. Trees bent to accommodate its passage. The air around it thickened. Even the fog recoiled briefly as it passed, as though it had to make room for something older, more rooted in the marrow of this place than even the forest itself. I don't know how long I stayed inside. Sheet needn't move the same way anymore. The cold didn't either. It seeped into me like regret. Not biting but burrowing, gnawing. My breath fogged the glass of the shattered window, and each time I wiped it clean, the outside world had shifted slightly. Trees in different places, the light wrong, shadows cast by no source. That's when I saw her, a figure in the fog, standing motionless, just beyond the broken rail of the station's deck, not approaching, just watching. I leaned forward, squinting, but the fog twisted like a living thing between us. Still, I could make out enough. A woman, long coat, hair hanging limp, wet from the mist. Barefoot. I opened the door an inch. Hello? No response. I stepped out, boots creaking on the warped wood, hand on my flashlight, though I knew it would do nothing against whatever this was. Are you hurt? She took one step forward. Her face wasn't blank like the Ranger's, but it wasn't right either. Her features shifted constantly, like oil on water, flickering between smiles and screams, eyes wide, and then shut tight, mouth muttering something I couldn't hear. Then I did hear it, not from her lips, but in my head. Michael, you left me, the fire, you didn't come back. I staggered back. No, that's not true. She stepped closer. You let it take me. You let it burn me away. The deck cracked beneath my feet. The whispering surged again, louder now, more voices joining the chorus, each one someone I knew, or should have known. a fire captain I worked with, my brother, my daughter. I turned and ran inside, slammed the door, bolted it, fell to my knees. My memories, what was left of them, swam like dead fish in poisoned water. I couldn't tell what was real anymore. Had I really left someone behind in a fire? Had I even fought a fire in the last 10 years? I remembered flame and ash and screams. But maybe they weren't mine. Maybe they never were. Something thumped against the door. Once, twice, then silence. I waited, nothing. When I finally opened it again, she was gone. Only the fog remained, churning slowly, like a cauldron stirred by unseen hands. I needed to move, to do something before it all fell away. There had to be others. If the voice on the radio had been real, someone else was still out there. Maybe they knew more. Maybe they'd seen it, really seen it, and still remembered enough to tell me what it wanted. I gathered what little I had, a flare, the half-burned notebook, my rusted flashlight, a compass that spun in lazy circles no matter which way I turned. I descended the stairs of the tower into a forest that had changed. The trees were wrong now, some bent backward, their limbs stretching toward the earth, like they were trying to bury themselves. Others bled sap, so dark it looked black, pooling at their roots in thick, still puddles. The whispers had grown quieter, but somehow closer. I followed a trail I didn't remember, a path I was certain had never been there. The dirt was dry, despite the fog, and it smelled like dust and bone. I walked for what felt like hours, then to sound different from the whispers. Mechanical, metallic. I crept forward and found a clearing. In the center, a small camp, 2 tents, a dying fire, and a man crouched beside it, rocking back and forth, humming tunelessly. His back was to me. He wore a bright, orange rescue vest over a tattered sweater, and his boots were burned halfway through. Melted rubber fused to the forest floor. I stepped into the clearing. Careful. "Hey," I said. "You okay?" The man stopped humming. Slowly, so slowly, he turned to look at me. His eyes were gone. Not erased like the Rangers, just missing. Twin holes, dark and deep, but still somehow aware. He smiled. "They talk to you yet?" he asked. "They like you. You're still heavy with memory. They feed better when you remember more." I swallowed. "Who are they?" He laughed. They're everything. They're the roots and the rot and the old bones under the ash. And he's their mouth, the behemoth," I whispered. He nodded. "Mossback. The old hunger. The keeper of the forgotten. It doesn't matter what you call him. You'll name him yourself when he comes to offer you the bargain." "What bargain?" He leaned in. "To stop forgetting." He lifted his hands. They were covered in scars, burns, cuts, strange symbols carved with obsessive precision. I said yes. He whispered. "Now I remember everything, every scream, every flame, every face I let die. He smiled wider. You think forgetting is hell? Try remembering it all. I stepped back. You'll say yes too, he said. When he asks, you will. Then he turned back to the fire and began humming again. I backed away, and the fog followed. The forest swallowed the man's humming as I retreated, each step muffled by the fog, as though sound itself didn't want to escape this place. I didn't look back. I couldn't, not because I feared he would follow, but because a part of me believed he'd vanish entirely the moment I turned my eyes away, like all the others, like the woman, like the ranger, like the fragments of memory that drifted further from reach with every breath. The path beneath my feet seemed to pulse, not visually, but with a tactile throb, like a buried heartbeat in the earth. Slow and immense, vibrating up through the soles of my boots and into the bones of my legs. It reminded me of standing too close to a fire truck's engine. The low growl before a response call, but deeper, older. Wrong. I pressed forward into a thicker patch of woods where the trees grew twisted and knotted, branches tangling like arthritic fingers. The canopy darkened here, the light growing sickly green, filtered through veils of moss that hung in great dripping sheets. Everything smelled wet, not with rain but with decay, mold, rotting bark, something vaguely coppery underneath, like blood left too long in a warm room. Then I saw the silhouettes, dozens of them, figures strung up in the trees. They dangled from thick cords of vine and moss. Heads bowed, arms limp. I froze, heart hammering so hard I thought it might tear from my chest. But as I approached, the truth became clear. These weren't bodies. Not exactly. They were shells. Clothes hung empty, like scarecrows abandoned in a rainstorm. Hats, jackets, boots, all perfectly arranged, as if the people inside had simply dissolved. One wore a red knit cap, a child's coat. I nearly collapsed. Emily, I whispered. God. Was that her name? The whispers returned, soft at first, like breath across the back of my neck. They didn't sound like her. They didn't have to. I felt the intention, the manipulation, the guilt twisting like a worm in my gut. Your fault. Left her, burned alive. I shut my eyes tight. No. She made it out. I got her out. I remember getting her out. But the memory came apart in my hands, like ash. I remembered the fire, the smoke, the panicked faces of my crew. But her face, her voice, gone. I stumbled forward, refusing to look up again, past the hanging remnants of people who had once had names. The trail bent sharply around a stone outcropping, and suddenly, the trees opened to a clearing, unlike anything I'd seen in the forest so far. A circle, perfectly carved into the earth, maybe 30 feet across. The grass was dead, the dirt inside blackened, scorched, like the aftermath of a controlled burn. But there was no char smell, no smoke. just silence. And in the center of the circle, a tree that didn't belong. It wasn't part of the Helena woods. It was older, bark like cracked obsidian. No leaves, no moss. Its limbs spread wide and high, and hanging from them, not like the hollow shells before, but truly suspended, were objects that defied reason. A fireman's helmet, scorched. A child's toy, melted. A pair of handcuffs, a wedding ring, and at the base of the tree, burned into the dirt, like branding, was a spiral, the same shape that had appeared in the ranger's notebook, the same that had formed in the condensation on the station window, the same I'd traced without realizing on my thigh while trying to remember my daughter's name. I stepped into the circle. The air changed. Thicker, hotter, like stepping into a sealed room after a fire's been put out. The ghost of heat without flame. I reached the base of the tree. Drawn without choice, my fingers hovered near the spiral, the soil crumbling and warm beneath my touch. Then, a sound behind me, not a whisper this time, breathing, low, rattling, enormous. I turned. At first I thought it was the fog, gathered thick in a shape the mind couldn't quite hold, but no. This moved. It undulated slowly, algae and moss trailing from its frame like drowned kelp, limbs or something like them, dragged across the clearing's edge, and deep within 2 eyes blinked open. Not eyes. Exactly. Not human. Just awareness. A consciousness that radiated from within the moss and rot, like a light through murky water. And it looked at me. I couldn't move. The behemoth didn't charge, didn't roar. It simply exhaled, and with it came a wave of memory. Not mine. The forest's fire. So many fires, burning through the woods, through towns, through time itself, people running, screaming, hiding, and always behind them. The fog creeping in, erasing names, faces, histories, a cleansing, not of the body, but of existence. I collapsed to my knees. The whispers surrounded me again. Say yes. Remember. Become. The behemoth loomed closer. Each motion stirred the trees, shook birds from nests that no longer held eggs. It opened, not a mouth, but something like one, a split in the moss that revealed a hollow core of writhing vines and twitching roots. And from within, a voice not made of sound, but thought. Michael, do you wish to forget, or do you wish to truly know? The spiral at the base of the tree began to glow faintly. I looked down. My hands had started tracing it again. Unconsciously, into the soil, part of me screamed to run, to flee, to not answer. But a deeper part, a rotted, hollowed-out piece of me I hadn't noticed until now, wanted to say yes. The fog thickened. The behemoth waited. I didn't say yes. Not out loud, not even in my thoughts. At least not in any conscious, willing way. But something shifted in the clearing when I stood there motionless, spiral etched beneath me, the behemoth exhaling its dread into my marrow. The forest accepted my silence as answer enough, and maybe silence was consent. In this place, the light in the spiral dimmed. The trees were no longer twisted, and now when the whispers came, they didn't beg. They instructed. Left, down the ravine. You buried it there. I obeyed. I told myself. It was because I needed to know that maybe there was truth buried in the soil they wanted me to find. But deep down, I think I moved because it was easier than resisting, like sinking into warm water after standing too long in the cold. You shouldn't, but God, you want to. I found the ravine half a mile east. It yawned between two ridges like a wound, black and slick with runoff, choked in mist. At the bottom was a broken tree stump, old and hollow, split by lightning long ago. I remembered it suddenly, though I had never seen it before in my life, except I had during the fire, during the incident. I don't know which year it was anymore. Time here slips like mud through fingers, but the memory of that day surged up like vomit. An abandoned cabin, flames licking up its sides, smoke billowing into the trees, someone screaming inside, a girl, trapped, no backup, no water, no time. I ran in anyway, found her curled in a corner, coughing, face smudged black. I carried her out. I think, but something else happened in there too. Something I buried so deep that even now it came back, only in pieces. Inside that stump, buried beneath ash and rotted leaves, I found a rusted tin box, hands shaking. I pried it open. Inside, a singed photograph, folded 3 times. A badge, my own, but older, burnt at the edges, and a tiny melted plastic charm in the shape of a cartoon bear, blue paint, mostly gone. The metal ring snapped. The moment I touched it, the whispers fell silent. Not gone, just hushed, waiting. And then a new sound. Not supernatural, not psychic, but solid and real. Footsteps. Someone, something, moving through the woods, deliberately, unafraid. I stood slowly, clutching the box to my chest, scanning the trees. She stepped into view 30 feet away. The girl, not a girl. Now, a woman, or something wearing the idea of a woman. Her features blurred like a dream. Her eyes too still, too wide. She wore a coat, I remembered, puffy, pink, soot-stained, and her hands were clasped in front of her, like she was waiting for permission to speak. Emily, I asked, barely above a whisper. She nodded, but her mouth didn't move. The fog behind her churned like a sea. You died, I said. I couldn't get you out. Is that what this is? Punishment? Her voice came, not from her mouth, but from everywhere. You did get me out. But you forgot. You let them take the truth. I shook my head. No, they needed someone to carry the seed, she said, someone who could survive the forgetting. What are you talking about? She pointed at the box in my hands. That's not a memory. It's an anchor. It's how he holds on. The fog surged. The behemoth was near again. The trees creaked. A low hum filled the ravine. Give it up, she said. And her eyes were no longer human. Give it, and you'll know peace. You'll rest. The charm in my hand suddenly felt hot. The photograph curled tighter on its own, edges blackening. The badge began to smoke. I backed away. She stepped forward. Michael, she said, her voice cracking like splitting bark. I didn't understand, didn't want to. The box fell from my hands, and the forest cheered. The forest exhaled all at once. A shuddering, ecstatic gust of air, thick with rot, and something older, something that smelled of wet stone and ancient roots. The trees writhed as if dancing, their trunks bending in unnatural arcs, branches clicking like bone joints, popping into new shapes, and the fog, that ever-present veil, surged around me in a spiraling cyclone, as if pulled by something massive shifting beneath the forest floor. The box was gone, was of carbon, swallowed whole the moment it hit the soil. There hadn't even been time to lunge after it. The ground itself had opened like a mouth, eager and waiting, and the offering had been received. And I couldn't move. I stood frozen, rooted like one of the trees, arms hanging limp, mouth slightly open. The cheer that rose from the forest hadn't been sound exactly. It was vibration. Joy felt through the bone, a resonance that pulsed in my chest and made my teeth ache. Then came the silence. The whispers didn't return. No guidance, no threats, no promises, just stillness. Emily, or whatever had worn her shape, was gone. No tracks in the dirt, no parting words, only a faint impression where shed stood, like snow that had melted in the shape of feet. I was alone again. Except I wasn't. I could feel it. The behemoth, not moving, not hunting, but watching. Its presence no longer creeping at the edges of perception, but pressing in full, like a pressure behind the eyes, a weight on the soul, a terrible intimacy. I stumbled forward, trying to move, trying to breathe past the knot in my throat. My legs obeyed now, but they were slow, heavy, filled with the kind of fatigue that lives in marrow. The forest didn't shift again. Not yet, but it no longer welcomed me. Every step was contested. Roots seemed to rise just as I passed, thorns catching on my sleeves, branches lowering like skeletal arms to brush against the top of my head. I had no direction, no trail, but somehow I knew where to go. I don't know if it was memory, instinct, or something deeper. The pull of unfinished rituals. But I kept moving through thickets that had no right to exist, over terrain that bent logic. I passed places I half remembered from childhood nightmares. An old iron pump rusted over with what looked like dried blood. A tree that grew upside down, roots grasping the sky like fingers. Hours passed, or minutes, or years. Time had dissolved. Eventually, I found a cabin. It crouched at the edge of a clearing like a dying animal, sagging on one side, its roof half caved in. Ivy strangled its corners. The windows were dark, smeared with grime. A single candle burned in the window, though no flame should have survived this place. I approached it slowly. Each footfall echoed. Though the air was still thick with fog, the silence had become predatory. Every step felt like a trespass. When I touched the doorknob, it was warm. I pushed the door open. Inside, the air was thick with dust, and the smell of mildew. The floorboards creaked under my weight. Furniture lay overturned, half decayed. A rocking chair sat in the corner, gently moving, despite no wind. On the wall, photographs, dozens of them, all framed in warped wood. Glass cracked, images half faded. I stepped closer. Faces, familiar, unnamed, all staring out with hollow expressions. One of them was me, much younger, wearing my station gear, smiling, holding a child whose face was just blurred enough to make recognition impossible. The photo beside it was newer. The same pose, but this time, the child was older. I wasn't smiling. Another, and another, each photo a step forward in time. And with each one, I looked more hollow, more distant. The child more twisted, not grotesque, just wrong, subtle elongations, darkening eyes, smiles that didn't belong. In the final photo, I stood alone, and behind me, in the tree line, the shape of the behemoth, barely visible, towering, watching. I stepped back. The whisper returned, not around me, inside me. You have always lived here. I turned. The rocking chair had stopped. A figure sat in it. Now, not Emily, not anything I'd seen before. Tall, dressed in layers of black moss and tattered ranger gear, its face hidden beneath a veil of roots that twisted like worms, hands folded in its lap, fingers impossibly long, draped in mildew. It didn't move, didn't breathe, but it spoke. I was the first, it said. And the voice came from the walls, the floor, my own ribs. The forest chose me. I gave it names, and it gave me silence. I couldn't speak. You came here once. You burned me. You thought fire could cleanse. I remembered the fire. I remembered the screaming. Not from the girl, from something else, something in the woods, deeper than any root. I remember, I whispered, its head tilted. You think you remember, but memory is the first lie. I backed away, toward the door, but the fog had thickened outside. No exit remained, just the cabin. Just the photos, just the rocking figure, and the slow, relentless thump of the behemoth's heart beneath the floor. I don't remember falling asleep, or maybe I didn't sleep. Maybe I just stopped being conscious in the way I used to be. Memory sloughed off like old skin, Uranus replaced by something slower, deeper, soaked in the forests. When I came back to myself, the candle had burned out. The cabin was darker than death, and the figure in the chair was gone. Not gone, moved. I heard it, pacing. Weight footsteps on rotting floorboards. Slow. Purposeful. It didn't seem to mind that I was awake. Or maybe it didn't care. The air was thicker now. Like syrup in my lungs. Breathing was labor. I didn't speak. There were no more questions. Only one truth, pressing against my skull like a rusted nail. The behemoth wasn't coming. It had already arrived. I reached for the door, but my hand passed through it. Wood should not let flesh pass. But the door wasn't wood anymore. Not entirely. It was an image of wood, a dream of safety painted over fog. It bent, shimmered, dissolved under my fingers. I walked through it. The forest beyond had changed. The trees were taller now, infinitely so, their tips vanishing into a canopy lost in cloud. Their bark was slick, covered in breathing moss, green as bile. The fog wasn't fog anymore. It had color now, shapes, faces, flickering in the mist. Nafikan, I almost knew. Some I refused to verkabin, and the ground it pulsed, not metaphorically. Literally. With each beat, the soil bulged upward, softly, as if a giant heart lay just beneath the earth, its pulse sinking to mine. I stumbled, then found footing only by pressing my palm against a tree trunk. The bark writhed beneath my hand, a dozen tiny veins squirming under the surface. A whisper tickled my ear. You were close. I didn't ask to what, because I already knew. Ahead, the forest widened, a clearing, not natural, cleared by force. Trees felled outward, as if blown from a single point at the center. There, nestled in the dirt like a wound in the world, was the pit. It was enormous, a crater, ringed by twisted roots and bones too large to be human. Smoke drifted from its edges, curling skyward like a signal, and at the bottom, half submerged in dark water, something moved. I didn't descend. I was drawn, feet moving, without command, legs numb. The slope didn't fight me. It welcomed. The air grew colder, though not the kind of cold you feel in winter. This was deeper, the chill of space, the temperature of absence. At the bottom, I stood ankle-deep in water that didn't reflect. Its surface showed only darkness. Even the light of my flare couldn't touch it. Something beneath stirred. Then a voice, but not the whispers. This was singular, clear. Male. Michael. I turned. No one. The voice came again. Do you remember the fire? I did, but I wished I didn't. It had started as a controlled burn. That was the lie we told, but the truth was messier. We'd ignored warnings. We'd pushed too far. A child had gone missing that week. And panic made us stupid. We thought fire would purge whatever was out there. We thought we were fighting something simple. We were wrong. The fire spread. The screams started. not from people, from something else. We never found the girl, but we found what was left of her tent. Her shoes, her drawings, stuck to the trees with pine sap, flapping in heat waves. We thought it ended. We left the forest, burned our gear, drank ourselves blind, but it never let go. You brought it back, the voice said, piece by piece, memory by memory. Something rose from the water, not a body, a shape, a suggestion of limbs, shoulders too broad, a head that tilted wrong, moss dripping like blood, eyes that were pits of night. It didn't walk, it emerged, the mossback behemoth, not just seen, understood, the thing I'd sensed, the thing I'd feared. It wasn't the monster. It was the memory of the monster, and that memory was alive, breathing, spreading. You remember enough now, it said, without moving its mouth. The pit boiled. Now choose. A shape emerged beside me, a child's silhouette, hand extended, not a ghost, not quite real, but it looked up at me with half a face I used to know. Take my hand, it whispered, and you can forget. Again, you can leave. Behind me, the pit beckoned, the behemoth waited, and I stood between two fates. Neither escape, neither salvation, only remembrance, and the price it demanded. I reached out, trembling, fingers brushing the cold, damp air where the child's hand hovered. Almost tangible, almost warm, yet the space between us pulsed with the silent weight of impossibility. The forest held its breath, every leaf and branch frozen in a moment outside of time. Waiting, the behemoth's presence was no longer a distant threat, but a suffocating presence, a shadow cast over my soul, crushing hope beneath moss and decay. Its gargantuan form stirred slowly in the pit, muscles rippling beneath layers of algae and sludge, its unseen eyes fixing on me with a patience that could outlast centuries. The whispers rose again, faint but insistent, promising power beyond reckoning, or a release so absolute it erased every ache and memory I carried. They lured me, promising salvation through surrender, but surrender meant erasure. Forgetting Emily, forgetting who I was, the firefighter, the father, the man who once believed fire could save and purify. Now fire was ash and ruin, swallowed by the creeping fog that claimed everything. I closed my eyes and tried to remember her face clearly, but it slipped through my grasp like smoke through fingers, twisting into unfamiliar shapes and shadows. The child's hand lingered, beckoning. I wanted to take it, to be free of the pain and the fading memories, but the weight of the past, the terrible price, anchored me in place. Suddenly the ground trembled beneath my feet, not the slow pulse of the forest heart, but a violent, urgent shudder. Roots writhed and cracked, and the behemoth rose, slow and deliberate, each movement a heavy, earth-shaking event. Its breath was a fog of decay. Its low rumble a song of forgotten things and broken promises. The clearing darkened, shadows deepening as the creature's immense body blocked out the fading light. I stepped back, heart hammering, lungs gasping for breath, knowing the nightmare was no longer waiting. It had come, between the child's silent plea and the behemoth's looming hunger. I stood on the edge of oblivion, caught in the inescapable tide of memory and forgetting, of power and surrender. The forest whispered my name, and the eyes in the fog watched with a patience as endless as the night. The forest held its breath as I stumbled backward, every muscle screaming in protest. As the moss-draped shadow loomed closer, a titan moving with ancient, sluggish purpose beneath the fog's suffocating shroud. Its breath rolled over me like cold swamp water, thick with rot and decay, clawing at my lungs with each ragged gasp. The whispers had grown deafening, no longer secret voices, but a chorus rising in a tempest, each promise, each threat, twisting around my mind, vying for surrender, for my soul, power, salvation, memory. They offered it all, but at a price that sank deeper than any wound, darker than the cold that seeped into my bones. I could feel those terrible eyes on me, millennia old and endless, watching through the fog, through the trees, through the fragile barrier of flesh and bone that still held me human. They weren't just watching, they were waiting, patient, calculating. My mind flared with a sudden, terrible clarity. A flash of Emily's face, her laughter, the fire I couldn't save her from. The memories rushed in, overwhelming and raw like breaking a dam. But even then, the fog pressed, clawing, stealing, erasing. I turned, heart pounding, stumbling through the underbrush, each step a desperate beat against the encroaching void. The voice, no longer whispering, but roaring inside me, offered one final choice: forget and live in shadow, or remember and face the endless night. I ran, not from the beast, but from the silence that followed, the silence of forgetting. But even now, as the sunlight burns my skin far from those cursed woods, I know the truth. I can still feel them, the eyes watching me, never blinking, never turning away, waiting. And somewhere beneath the moss and fog, the behemoth waits too. Story 2. A cold hand gripped my wrist and wouldn't let go. Not in the metaphorical sense, not the chill of paranoia, not the creeping frost of imagination left to rot in solitude. No, I mean the sudden physical pressure of long, narrow fingers, bone thin and deathly cold, wrapping around my bare skin just above the cuff of my glove. It was an unmistakable sensation, one that sent a jolt of raw, primal terror up through the base of my spine and into the back of my throat, where it coiled like smoke and choked the breath from me. I turned on instinct, violently, nearly losing my footing on the frost-slicked underbrush. My flashlight swung wide, casting pale, jittering beams across the skeletal branches, and the thick quilt of moss and rot beneath them. Snow clung to everything in patches, not the powdery kind that covers the earth like innocence, but the half-melted, old, dirty snow that seeps into the skin and brings with it the bitter stink of decay. My breath plumed in the air like steam from a broken pipe, harsh and ragged, and the forest, that great, sprawling cathedral of trees that had been swallowing my steps for hours now, went utterly, completely still. There was no one, no figure standing behind me, no prints in the crusted snow. Aside from my own half-frozen tracks, no sign of movement, save the lazy sway of a high black pine bough in the windless air. But the sensation lingered, faint but distinct, as if the nerves in my wrist still remembered the pressure. My skin burned with the echo of it. I rubbed the spot through the fabric of my jacket, hand trembling, half expecting to feel something unnatural pulsing beneath the surface. A mark, a blemish, some proof I hadn't imagined it. Nothing, but still I couldn't shake the feeling that something had touched me. Not just touched me, grasped me, clutched me, taken hold with intent. The trees groaned above, ancient and tall and cruelly indifferent. They stood like sentinels, their trunks slick with sap and lichen, their needles dusted with that ashen snow. The forest here, in the deep gut of the Siskiyous, didn't whisper like other woods. It didn't rustle or murmur or sway. It listened. That's what had struck me when I first stepped beyond the tree line hours ago. The uncanny way the woods drank in sound. No bird song, no wind. Even my boots, crunching over detritus and buried branches, made only the faintest noise, like footsteps smothered beneath wool. I raised my recorder. Fingers stiff from cold, thumbed it on, with a small mechanical click. It's a habit I learned early in the field. Record everything, not just for accuracy, but because sometimes your mind fills in gaps. Sometimes the tape catches what the memory refuses to hold. February 14th, I said quietly, voice muffled by the scarf around my mouth. 4:37 p.m. Location, Siskiyou National Forest, just south of the Applegate. Subject, unexplained phenomenon. Potential regional legend. My breath trembled the words. I let the recorder run. The story was supposed to be simple, or at least straightforward in its debunking. Rural folklore. Another backwoods bogeyman haunting the periphery of a dying town. A late winter ghost story, whispered around the wood stove, picked up by amateur bloggers and fringe podcasters who frothed over cryptids and unclassified disappearances. The locals called it the Fen Howler, or sometimes just it, when their lips got tight and their eyes dropped to the floor. A creature that cried in the night, luring the lonely into marshes that didn't exist on any official maps. I came here to tear it apart. I came here because I don't believe in things that hide in the dark. But now my wrist ached from that impossible touch, and the deeper parts of my brain, the parts I've spent years training into rationality, whispered that I was wrong. I pushed forward, unwilling to stop, unwilling to retreat to the jeep and the long road back into signal range. My boots pressed deeper into half-thawed ground, cracking ice sheets that formed like scabs over pools of black water. Trees leaned too close together here, their trunks gnarled toward one another, forming narrow arches like ribs of a giant beast, long dead and left to rot. Moss clung to everything, dangling in thick, wet beards that brushed my coat as I passed. And the quiet. God, the quiet. It wasn't just the absence of sound, it was a presence in itself, something thick and heavy, like the forest had swaddled itself in silence, the way a person curls up in bed when something awful is about to happen. Even the recorder's faint hiss seemed wrong here, too loud, as if it were broadcasting my location to something just out of sight. I didn't speak again. Instead, I followed the narrow deer path, winding between stones and roots, deeper and deeper into the forest's throat. The light had begun to bleed from the sky in slow, syrupy streaks, fading from gray to purple to a bruised, ugly black. I adjusted the beam of my flashlight, angling it higher, catching flashes of white bark and shadowed undergrowth. Shapes flickered just outside the periphery of its reach. Or maybe it was my eyes playing tricks, tired from the long hike, strained from staring into the dim. The map I brought was no help anymore. The topography had shifted in subtle, infuriating ways, like the land was warping beneath me, folding in directions that didn't belong. The ridgeline I'd marked to the east had vanished. The slope of the hill beneath my feet now curved west. My GPS had died 2 miles back, screen frozen on a single flickering coordinate before going dark. And somewhere behind me, maybe 10 or 15 paces off the path, something exhaled. Not the wind, not a falling branch or a deer. Startled by my presence, this was low, wet, almost human, the kind of breath you hear when someone's trying not to be heard, the kind of sound you feel against your spine more than you register with your ears. I stopped walking. The sound stopped too. I turned slowly, flashlight high, fingers wrapped in a death grip around the cold metal handle. I swept the beam, left to right, tree trunks, bark, empty path. Nothing moved. But there, just beyond a crooked spruce, something shined. 2 small, wet glints. Not eyes. Not quite. More like the reflection of light on something slick. A beetle's shell, a drop of oil, and then as I stared, trying to find the edges of it, it vanished. No crunch of retreating steps. No rustle of foliage. Just gone. I didn't run. I couldn't. My legs locked beneath me, knees stiff and useless. I stood there, breathing shallow, trying not to blink. Then again, the sensation, a hand cold and deliberate, closing around my wrist, harder this time. And this time, I screamed. My scream vanished into the trees, like breath into smoke. No echo returned. No startled flight of birds. The forest swallowed the sound with the same awful indifference it had shown since I first set foot beneath its shadow. My flashlight flickered in my shaking grip, beam spasming against the snow-smeared earth. As I stumbled backward, heart hammering loud enough, I could hear the throb of it in my ears, in my teeth. The pressure on my wrist vanished. The instant I moved, as if whatever had clutched me simply let go, pleased to have left its mark. I lifted my arm. The glove had been torn where fingers had grasped it. Beneath the shredded fabric, my skin was pale, almost bloodless, except for 5 distinct impressions circling the bone like frostbite in the shape of a hand. It didn't hurt, not exactly, but the flesh tingled as if something deeper, something unseen, had burrowed just beneath the surface. Still, I couldn't move. I stood there, flashlight arcing slowly across the trees, tracing the same familiar trunks over and over, looking for any shift in the landscape, any break in the stillness that might explain what had touched me. But there was nothing, no movement, no eyes, just the quiet, ever thickening, ever suffocating, as if the forest were holding its breath. I lowered the flashlight slowly and turned the recorder back on. I needed the sound of my own voice to tether me to something. Subject exhibits signs of a presence, I whispered. And even that seemed too loud. No visible figure. Physical contact experienced, no explanation. Still proceeding. I clicked the recorder off. The path ahead had changed. It had to have. I knew these trees. I remembered that low, arched trunk draped in moss, like a bridge made for crawling things. I remembered the twin rocks jutting from the soil like rotten teeth. I had passed them already, but now they stood ahead of me again, untouched, unmoved, not obscured. Gone. There were no prints, no broken twigs, no crushed ferns or snapped ice patches where my boots had sunk. It was as if the forest had closed over my passage like flesh knitting over a wound. My throat went tight. The air felt colder suddenly, as though night had dropped several hours in the span of a heartbeat. My flashlight dimmed again. I smacked it with the palm of my hand. It flared, then faded to a dull orange glow. Each step now felt like a violation of something sacred, like I was trespassing not on land, but on a memory that wasn't mine. The trees had grown thicker, limbs knotted above like ribs, light vanishing between them. So completely I felt as though I was descending, not walking, as though the trail had become a tunnel burrowed into the marrow of the earth. The smell changed too. That's when I heard it. This was something smaller, more intimate. A whisper. Susan. It was so quiet. I thought I'd imagined it. But then it came again, just above the range of my breath. So close. I felt the syllables brush against the curve of my ear. Susan. I spun, flashlight, catching nothing but the curved hollow of a tree, and the soft, infinite, black beyond. My own name hung in the air, like fog. I started to run. Not recklessly, not yet, but fast enough that my breath came harder. Fast enough that the ice crunched more loudly beneath my boots and the air knifed my lungs. Branches scraped at my jacket. I didn't look back. I didn't speak. Somewhere ahead, there was light. Not sunlight, not artificial. It pulsed with a dull, sickly red, like heat from embers long after the fire has died. I slowed only when I reached the edge of a clearing, knees burning, breath fogging out of me like steam from an open wound. In the center of the clearing stood a stone. It was smooth, too smooth, and far too tall to be natural. Nearly 8 feet, with a surface marred by deep carvings, the symbol from the forest post, the same one that had burned its way into my skin, dozens of them, layered over one another until the entire face of the monolith was a writhing tangle of sharp lines and looping, interlocking arcs. I stepped forward. 1 pace, 2. My wrist flared with pain, white hot and sudden, like something inside it was reacting. Then the light in the clearing vanished. The cold pressed in, and from the trees far off, something began to howl. Not a wolf, not an animal, not anything I could explain with science or reason. It was low, mournful, human enough to paralyze the logic centers of my brain, alien enough to twist every nerve into a scream. The Fen howler. I knew it then, without question. Not a legend, not a story passed down by firelight. Something was here, and it had found me. I didn't move, not out of fear, though it was there, pulsing thick in my throat like blood, but because something in the sound rooted me, held me in place, like a weight pressing down through the marrow of my bones. The howl was not constant. It rose and fell, trembled with a kind of mournful intelligence, like grief made vocal. Not rage, not hunger, loss, and beneath that loss, a promise. The clearing was now dark, as if the forest had exhaled the last of its borrowed light. The monolith, stone or something older, stood motionless in the dead center, its carvings barely visible now, etched shadows in darker shadow. I held my flashlight low, its beam reduced to a stuttering glow that offered no warmth and even less comfort. The battery indicator, last I checked, had read 74%. I hadn't used it long enough to explain this rapid drain. My wrist still burned. I lifted my sleeve. Where once there had been just the impression of fingers, now there was more. A faint outline, almost like a brand of the same looping sigil carved into the monolith. It pulsed slowly, like a second heartbeat under my skin. I touched it and flinched. The flesh was fever-hot to the touch, though the rest of me trembled with cold. I told myself to speak, to record, but my mouth was too dry, the fear too thick to form words. Instead, I watched the edge of the clearing. Something was moving there, not with urgency, not even with stealth. It moved like something patient, something old. It did not try to hide itself. In fact, I suspected it wanted me to see. Shapes shifted between the trees, long and low, not crawling but gliding, just above the snow. No sound accompanied their passage, no crunch, no breath, just the sick certainty that I was no longer alone. And yet, I couldn't tear my eyes from the stone. The markings had changed. No, they hadn't. I had changed. I could see them differently now, see deeper. They weren't just symbols. They were instructions, diagrams, warnings. Knock, not in any language I knew, but my mind tried to make sense of them, to decode the layered spirals and intersecting arcs, and in doing so, a noise crept into my thoughts. It started as static, soft, almost soothing, like the hush of white noise that comes from an old television left on at midnight. But then the sound thickened, cracked around the edges, began to bleed. I realized with a jolt it was coming from the recorder, still on, hanging limp around my neck. I brought it to my ear, beneath the static. A voice, Susan, my name again, and then worse, a second voice, overlapping the first, not. Weeping, let me in. The recorder sparked and hissed. I dropped it, and the thing hit the ground with a puff of steam. Snow hissed where it landed. The voices cut off instantly. But the pressure didn't. It lingered in the clearing, thick as breath, old as stone. I turned away, not to leave. I don't know why. I should run blind through the woods, screaming until my lungs gave out. But I didn't. Something had shifted inside me, something subtle but unshakable. I no longer felt like I was walking through the forest. I felt like I was being walked. The path behind the stone sloped down, deeper into the trees. I followed it. The world narrowed. Trees pressed closer. Roots bulged through the ground like veins. The scent of wet bark and rot intensified, mingled now with something metallic and sharp. I passed another tree, tall, gnarled, with symbols carved into its bark, not clean like the stone, but gouged, angry, almost frantic. A torn scrap of fabric hung from a branch. It was blue. Nylon. A sleeve. I stared at it, heart thudding. Before reaching up to take it, the fabric crumbled in my hand like paper left in rain. Beneath it, just visible in the snow, the outline of a boot print, deep, older than mine, facing the direction I was heading. The air thickened with silence again, that same crushing hush that preceded the howl, only now it came with a pressure inside my head, behind my eyes, like altitude sickness or a coming storm. The light dimmed further, and then, ahead of me, the trees broke open into another clearing. This one held no monolith, just water, a shallow marsh, spread wide like a wound in the earth, coated with a thin sheen of ice that shimmered faintly despite the lack of visible light. Dead cattails jutted from the edges like brittle fingers. Something stirred beneath the ice. A ripple, then a shape, and across the marsh, barely visible through the curtain of mist, a figure stood watching me, tall, unmoving, its face obscured by distance and fog. But I could see it was wrong in the way a mask carved in reverse is wrong. Its arms were too long, its head tilted like it had never quite understood how necks should work. and then it howled. Closer now. The fen howler. The surface of the marsh cracked. I backed away, but my foot caught on a root, and I stumbled, landed hard against the ground. My hands sank into the snow, into something colder, slicker. I pulled them free and saw, to my horror, not just dirt clinging to my fingers, but ash, and in the ash, another symbol burned into the soil. Fresh, still smoking, still warm. Behind me, the ice groaned. Then, the silence shattered. The ice split. With a sound like ribs cracking, I flinched. The air punched from my lungs as a seam tore across the frozen surface of the marsh. Jagged and gleaming, water bubbled up through the break, black and thick, as if it had been waiting, long stilled beneath the frost, for some ancient signal to wake. The reeds bent low around the edges, whispering in the wind, or perhaps they were recoiling. The figure across the water had vanished. In its place, nothing, just the pale blur of mist, curling above the marsh, and the silence, so total, so violent in its stillness, that my ears rang with the absence of sound. I scrambled to my feet, not yet daring to breathe, fingers curled tightly around the useless flashlight, the bitter taste of ash still clinging to the roof of my mouth. But something moved beneath the ice, not quickly, not like a fish or a thing meant for water. It slithered thick and deliberate, circling the break. Then, without warning, it stopped directly below me, and for the briefest second, the ice thinned, clearing just enough to reveal what waited beneath. Not a creature, one jab. A face, white as bone, eyes shut, lips parted slightly, as though mid-breath. A face human enough to terrify, but wrong in some deeper, unspeakable way. The cheeks were too smooth, the features too symmetrical, and though the eyes were closed, I knew that it saw me. I stumbled back, breath hitching, but before I could scream, the ice erupted. Water and shards exploded upward in a gout of rotted cold, and something lunged from the depths. Not the face, not the figure, but a tendril of darkness, long and ropey, like knotted roots, dredged up from the gut of the world. It struck the ground inches from my foot and coiled like a living whip, steaming where it touched snow. The earth shuddered beneath me. I turned and ran. This time, no attempt at caution. I sprinted through the trees, tearing past bark and bramble, eyes wild, heart pounding like a trapped animal. My flashlight bounced violently in my grip, strobing the woods with wild bursts of light. Every flicker seemed to reveal more movement, more shifting shapes, branches bending inward, closing around me like fingers. Then another sound, not the howl, a laugh, high and soft, like wind chimes made from teeth. It echoed impossibly through the trees, near and far, young and ancient. My mind recoiled from it, unable to place it in any sane category of sound. It wasn't joyful. It wasn't mocking. It simply was. And in that existence, It suggested something far worse than malice. Understanding. Something here knew me. Knew Susan Adler, investigative journalist. Knew I had come searching for myth and had found something older than myth. Something the stories had forgotten, or perhaps refused to speak aloud. I didn't stop running until the forest broke again. Not a clearing this time, but a trail, narrow, old, overgrown, but real. I recognized the signpost before I registered its markings. Half buried in snow, lichen-covered, pointing east. But the names were all wrong. One arrow read Ashfield, a town that hadn't existed in Oregon for over a century. Another read Black Hollow, and the third pointed straight into the thicket behind me. Its letters too eroded to decipher. I clung to the post like a drowning woman. I had to get out. I knew I wouldn't find answers now. Not here. Not like this. Survival came first. Explanations could come later, if they ever came at all. But as I steadied myself, something began to change. The light, or what passed for light, dimmed again. The trees no longer cast shadows. My own body felt detached, like I moved through syrup, each breath thick, each motion delayed by some invisible pressure. I looked down at my boots. The snow had gone black, not stained, transformed. The ground around me rippled like ink in water, absorbing the faint glow of the sky, the flicker of my failing flashlight, even the steam from my breath. Darkness didn't just spread, it fed, and the mark on my wrist burned anew. I ripped off my glove and stared. The brand, now fully formed, had grown. The loops of the symbol had uncoiled slightly, extending into jagged branches like veins, like roots. Stretching up my forearm, I touched it. It pulsed. A voice, not spoken but felt, stirred in my chest. She came alone. My knees buckled. I braced myself on the signpost, but the wood sagged under my touch, softened, melted into pulp. I stumbled back, hands coated in black rot. The names carved into the post had changed. Susan Adler. She knows. Let her in. I ran again. Branches clawed at my coat. Snow fell harder now, in flakes the size of moths, fluttering in chaotic spirals that never touched the ground. The air grew heavier with each step, and the trees no longer looked like trees, twisted now, warped, hunched like witnesses averting their eyes. I stopped only when I saw the cabin, not the ranger station, not any structure I'd passed on my way in. This was older, much older, logs blackened with age and moisture, roof sagging under the weight of time. A single crooked window glared from its side like a half-lidded eye. Smoke curled from the chimney, faint and reddish, like blood turned to vapor. I had no choice. I crossed the threshold, and the door slammed shut behind me. The door slammed with a finality that didn't echo. It should have. The force alone was enough to rattle a frame, but the sound died before it traveled, as though the cabin devoured noise along with light. I turned, breath ragged, heart pounding like a hammer. against the brittle walls of my ribs, and found that I could see, but not because of the flashlight. There were no bulbs, no fire, no obvious source of light, and yet a soft glow filled the cabin, not warm like lamplight, not even the sterile hue of LEDs. No, this light was fungal, sickly, the kind of illumination you find in the underbellies of rotting logs or deep in sea caves where nothing good has ever lived. It clung to the warped wood of the walls, pulsed faintly from between floorboards, and oozed from the cracks where the ceiling bowed. I was breathing hard, the air damp and close, thick with the scent of mold and copper. It felt like the inside of a lung, and it was silent, not just quiet. There was a pressure in the stillness, as if the very act of noise was forbidden here. Even my footsteps, carefully placed on the warped floor, produced no sound. The only evidence I had moved was the vibration beneath my soles, and the occasional soft crunch of something brittle giving way. I didn't want to look down, but I did. Small bones, bird-like, arranged in deliberate spirals around the edges of the floorboards, each one painted faintly with some dark resin that glistened in the unnatural light, as if they'd been laid there not recently but often, refreshed over years, decades, centuries. A ritual, then. This place was a ritual. I stepped over the bones and moved deeper inside. The cabin was bigger than it should have been. Outside, it couldn't have been more than 20 feet wide, maybe 15 deep, but the hall stretched on beyond the front room, crooked and narrow, lined with doorways that shouldn't fit in the dimensions I'd seen, each door slightly ajar, revealing slices of pitch-dark rooms beyond. Nothing stirred inside them, but I had the sickening impression that if I stared too long, they would begin to notice me. So I didn't. I moved forward. The mark on my wrist pulsed, now in rhythm with something deeper inside the house, like the heartbeat of a buried thing. I could feel it in the floor, hear it in the spaces between my thoughts. It was luring me, drawing me inward, not by force, but by familiarity. The deeper I went, the more it felt like I belonged here. And then a whisper, the first true sound since I'd entered. Not from a mouth, not air on air. This voice brushed directly against the folds of my brain, like a wind through tall grass. A soft, wet syllable, too blurred to comprehend but undeniable in intent. Stay. I turned instinctively toward the source, toward the one room with a door fully closed. It stood at the end of the hall, plain, wooden, and stained, with what I first took to be water damage. Upon closer inspection, resembled more purposeful shapes, fingers, perhaps, faces, pressed against the grain from the other side. I stepped closer. The floor creaked beneath me, but not from my weight. No, this was a breath, inhaled from below. The wood swelled and exhaled again, warm air rising through the gaps between the boards, brushing my ankles with a sick familiarity, a warning or a welcome. The knob was ice cold. It resisted my touch, not mechanically, but spiritually. as if it was trying to measure me before allowing passage. My mark pulsed once more, and the resistance melted. The door creaked open, and there, in the center of the room, was the well. Not a pit, not a shaft, a well of darkness, perfectly circular, rimmed in stone, so old it no longer looked quarried. The stones bled moisture, and the room smelled of rust and salt and something bitter, like old almonds. There was no rope, no bucket, only a silence so deep I felt it in my teeth. The symbol was carved into the wall behind it, the same one on my wrist. Only here, larger, nearly 5 feet across, and still wet, freshly painted. No, something worse. The lines glistened as if alive, twitching at the edges. I took a step forward. The air changed. No sound, no breeze, just an awareness, the kind of presence that fills a room and leaves no space for anything else. I fell to my knees without meaning to, hands planted on the cold wood. It was as if gravity had changed direction. The well pulled at me, not with force, but with familiarity, like returning to a place I had once been, like waking up in someone else's memory. And then movement from the well, not rising, climbing. I didn't see it directly. I couldn't every time I looked. My eyes slid off the shape, but I saw the effect. Shadows recoiling, moisture trailing upward as something ascended the interior walls, silent as thought. My mouth moved on its own. "Who are you?" I whispered, barely audible, even to myself. The voice answered, "You called me." I crawled back, instinct returning like a slap. My shoulder hit the wall, and the symbol behind me pulsed with heat. I screamed, and the sound finally, a sound rattled the room. The thing in the well froze. Then it screamed back. Not a howl, not a roar. A scream that sounded like my own voice, looped and layered and twisted into something jagged. It cut through the walls, the ceiling, the spaces between my ribs. I clutched my head and screamed again, not in defiance, but terror. And then darkness. The fungal light blinked out. The walls vanished. The air collapsed, and I fell not through space, but through memory, through layers of thought that were not my own. I saw visions, flashes of the monolith, of towns buried beneath roots, of screaming mouths stitched shut with black thread, and always, always, that face beneath the ice, watching, waiting, let me in. When I woke, I was back in the forest, but it was not the same forest. The trees were wrong, the light was gone, and the snow was falling upward. The snow fell upward like ash returning to the sky. It drifted in slow spirals, too perfect to be natural, flakes suspended in reverse, caught in a silent wind that pulled instead of pushed. I lay on my side in the half-light, every inch of my skin aching with cold, my breath shallow and sharp. The forest that surrounded me was no longer the Siskiyou I had known, nor was it any place drawn on a map. The trees here were skeletal, more suggestion than substance, their bark wet with something that pulsed beneath the surface, like veins beneath skin. In the sky, what remained of it was wrong. No sun, no stars, only a bruised haze, violet and red, swirling like an infected wound in the heavens. Shapes moved within it, slow and fluid, like giants swimming behind frosted glass. I could not see them fully. I hoped I never would. I pushed myself to my feet. The snow did not land on me. It simply passed through or around, as if I were no longer part of its design. The mark on my wrist had changed again. It now wrapped halfway up my forearm, delicate branches extending like capillaries, glowing faintly with a dull amber pulse. With each beat, I felt a pull, eastward I thought, or whatever direction had replaced east in this broken place. I walked. The forest gave no resistance. The underbrush was gone, replaced by a soft, spongy layer of moss that squelched without sound. Trees arched over me in unnatural curves, their branches entwined like grasping hands, some ending not in leaves but in clusters of small, unblinking eyes. I didn't scream, not because I wasn't afraid. God, I was, but because I knew now that sound was not mine to use freely. Noise here was permission, and every time I made it, something listened. I came upon a clearing. It wasn't empty. At the center stood a monolith, black, towering, smooth as obsidian but etched with thousands of symbols, so fine they seemed woven into the stone rather than carved. I recognized one of them instantly, the symbol on my wrist, but the rest swam in my vision when I tried to read them, turning to liquid and fire in my mind. Beneath the monolith, half buried in the soil, lay bodies, hundreds, maybe thousands, not skeletons, preserved, each perfectly still, mouths open in silent screams, eyes wide with the sheen of tears that had never fallen. They had not decayed. They had simply paused, as though their last moments had been frozen, caught in the gravity of the stone. One of them moved, a twitch, a hand, fingers flexing, slowly, terribly. The head turned toward me. It was me, my face, my clothes, my eyes, filled with a horror that hadn't yet happened. I stumbled back, tripping over roots that hadn't been there seconds before. The doppelganger didn't rise. It only watched, lips parting, and then it whispered, not aloud, not into air, but into me. She's already inside. I ran. The forest didn't stop me, but it didn't let me go either. The trees warped past in impossible geometry, sometimes folding toward me, sometimes away. Time stuttered. For a moment, I saw a version of myself stumbling behind, a fraction of a second behind me, matching my movements with an eerie, lagging precision. Another flicker, and she was gone. I emerged into a new glade. No snow, no wind, just a pool of perfectly still water, black as oil, with a single lantern floating at its center. It pulsed with a steady orange glow, casting rings of light that didn't reflect, only radiated. There was a dock, wooden, ancient, its planks held together with vines and rusted nails. At the end of it waited a figure, back turned, crouched low, as if examining the water. I approached slowly, closer, closer, then turned, not quickly, not with surprise, with inevitability. It was my father, but not as I remembered him. His face was hollow, stretched thin over bone, mouth slack and too wide, eyes glazed with the sheen of something that lived behind them. He reached for me. "Susie," he said. My breath caught. "You left me," he continued, voice low and wet. "You let the dark in." I stepped back. "You're not real," I whispered. He stood. "Neither are you." The lantern flickered. The pool bubbled. The mark on my arm surged with light. And in that instant, I saw all the figures from the monolith rise in unison across the far bank of the water. Hundreds of me, each with different expressions, different wounds, some burned, some frozen. One had no eyes. Another bore a jagged smile, carved from ear to ear. They stood perfectly still, waiting. The fen howler screamed. The sound didn't come from the forest. It came from inside the sky, a long, mournful wail, ancient and sorrowful, dragging with it memories that weren't mine. Death I hadn't lived, mourning I hadn't felt. My knees hit the dock. From the water, hands emerged, not human, too long, too thin, fingers tipped in glass-like claws that shimmered with pale bioluminescence. They reached not to grab, but to welcome, to invite. The lantern flared, and from beneath the water, eyes opened, not one, not two, dozens, all fixed on me, all inside me. The fen howler did not appear. It did not need to. It was here already, inside the trees, inside the water, inside my blood. And the silence that followed was absolute. I don't remember how I got away from the water, only the after. Mud on my knees, the taste of iron in my mouth, and my own voice hoarse from a scream I couldn't recall letting loose. The forest was different again. The upward falling snow was gone. So was the pool, the dock, the lantern. In their place was fog, endless, dense, stifling fog, clinging to my skin like wet gauze. It dulled the world, pressed against my ears like hands underwater, muting even the thud of my own heartbeat. I moved forward because standing still felt like consent. My fingers trembled as I brushed branches out of my way. Bark slick with rot, leaves brittle with age, that felt deeper than time. The path, if it could be called that, narrowed with each step. The trees closing in, twisted into impossible angles. Some bore symbols, not carved but grown, raised like scars, like the flesh of the forest had learned language and etched it into itself. Each one pulsed when I passed. I tried not to look at them too long. They moved when I stared. I was sure of it. The mark on my arm burned hotter now, veins around it darkening to a deep violet. Skin tight with heat, I felt fevered, unmoored from my body, as though I'd been walking inside someone else's skin. Memories surfaced and scattered again. My office in Ashland, the humming of fluorescent lights, the scratch of pen on notepad, the small coffee stain on the corner of my desk. These things felt as foreign now as fairy tales. And then the silence broke. A soft hum, faint at first, then building, not mechanical, not musical, human, a woman's voice, humming a lullaby, off-key, slow. It came from nowhere and everywhere. I froze. It grew louder. I turned, slowly, heart a thunder in my ears. And there she was, a woman in a tattered white dress, stained at the hem with mud and something darker. She stood between two leaning trees, half obscured by fog, head tilted, as though listening to something just beneath the surface of the world. Her eyes met mine. They were all pupil, black, endless, and wet, like sinkholes in a drowning landscape. She smiled, and in her hand, she held my recorder, the little voice recorder I had brought into the woods, the one I'd lost on the first night. She pressed the button. My voice crackled out. "This is Susan Markley, Siskiyou National, 2 miles east of Ashland. Date April 3rd. The forest is quiet, too quiet. Something's off." She stopped the playback, then hit rewind, then play again. "This is Susan Markley. The forest is quiet, too quiet. Something's off. But Iwadaban. Witsada Maikes. This is Susan Markley. Quiet. Too quiet. Again. Faster now. Glitching. Quiet. Quiet. My legs moved before thought. I turned and ran. Branches slapping my face. Fog tearing around me like gauze from a wound. Behind me, the recorder still played, distorting, the voice unraveling into something shrill and inhuman. Then it stopped, and silence returned. That was worse. I slowed, breath heaving, chest on fire. I was in another clearing, smaller than before, ringed by stones etched with the same curling marks as the ones on my wrist. In the center, a small wooden table, ancient and stained, surrounded by 6 chairs. 5 were empty. The 6th was not. A figure sat, slumped forward, head bowed, arms resting on the table's surface. I knew, before I got close, who it was. Menjin 12. Not again. This version of me was older. Not skin pale, hair gray at the edges, wrists raw and wrapped in cloth. She was breathing, barely. Her lips moved, whispering something too soft to hear. I knelt beside her. She didn't look at me, but she spoke. I tried to tell them. She rasped, tried to warn them. The darkness isn't coming. Susan, it's already here. It came through us. Her eyes rolled up, unfocused. "We are the door." I reached out. Her hand snapped up and gripped my wrist. Hard, just like the first night. Her fingers burned. Not heat, but hunger. A need that crawled up my arm and into my chest, clutching at my ribs. "I saw the howler," she said. I listened too long. Then, from behind me, the howl, low at first, like wind through broken pipes, then rising, expanding, until it filled the sky with its mourning. It shattered the fog, shook the trees, drove birds from invisible nests in silent panic. My other self screamed and fell backward, writhing, mouth frothing with black foam. I ran again. The forest changed. The trees twisted into shapes I didn't recognize. Buildings began to appear. Fragments of a house, half-formed, a staircase, hanging from nothing, a hallway that ended in roots, a window with no wall, and behind each, shadows, watching, waiting. I burst through a final veil of fog and stopped. There, in the clearing, stood the source of the light. Not a lantern, not the moon. A lighthouse. Wrong. Impossible. But it was there. Towering high above the forest floor, covered in ivy and bone, its beacon spinning in slow arcs, and each time the light passed over me, like I felt a part of myself evaporate, not physically. Memories, names, faces, moments. My first byline. My sister's laugh, the smell of coffee in the newsroom. Gone. Each sweep of the light stole more, and then the door at its base creaked open, and something inside called my name. I should have run. I should have turned away and lost myself again. In the twisted woods, buried myself beneath roots or fog, or even that impossible silence. But the door to the lighthouse stood open, and something behind it knew my name, not just the sound of it, the shape it took in memory, in guilt, in the long and sleepless spaces between regret and resolve. So I stepped inside. The air was thicker within, damp, but stale, as if it hadn't been disturbed in centuries. The walls curved upward into darkness, slick with moisture and streaked with long, deep gouges. There was no staircase, only a spiraling ramp that circled the outer wall, narrow and uneven, made of black stone that shimmered faintly with every footstep I took. The door closed behind me with a sound like a final breath. No mechanism, no draft, just finality. I climbed, each step heavier than the last, as if gravity changed the further up I went. Or maybe it was the mark on my arm. It throbbed now in time with the beacon above, sending waves of heat up into my shoulder and neck. The symbols etched into my skin had grown denser, darker. I could feel them branching, spreading like roots beneath the surface, reaching for my spine. The walls began to whisper. At first, it was only the rustle of wind, except there was no wind. Then it became clearer. Voices, murmuring just beneath comprehension, circling me as I climbed. Some cried, some begged, one laughed. a slow, gurgling sound like stones dragged through water. I reached a landing. The floor was littered with objects. A child's shoe, a rusted harmonica, a broken radio with no dials, a cracked mirror. I stepped around them, careful not to touch. Though I couldn't explain why, they felt claimed, absorbed. Each one emanated a residue of sorrow too deep for memory. The whispers quieted, and then I heard her again. The woman in the white dress. Closer now. Singing, but not the lullaby. A different song. A hymn, maybe, in a language I didn't understand. Her voice drifted down from above, tangled in the slow, sweeping spin of the beacon. I climbed faster. The ramp narrowed. The air thinned. I began to see them. Figures, carved into the walls. Reliefs that hadn't been there below. Hundreds. Thousands. Faces frozen in agony. Arms outstretched. Mouths open in eternal, soundless screams. Each one bore the same mark I carried, glowing faintly beneath the stone, as though they weren't carved at all, but trapped, as if this place didn't remember them so much as contain them. Some of their eyes followed me. I refused to look back. The singing stopped. Silence fell like a guillotine. Then the howl came again. Not from behind, not from below. Above, the fen howler was here. It screamed, and the tower shook. Stones rained down from above. One struck my shoulder. Pain bloomed white-hot. But I didn't stop. I climbed and climbed, heart pounding like a drum, calling through the fog, up into the mouth of madness. At last, I reached the top. The room beneath the beacon was vast, impossibly vast, larger than the tower could contain. It opened into blackness, the walls lost to shadow, the floor a spiral of glass, reflecting things that weren't there. The light turned slowly above, a massive lens spinning on no axis, casting not illumination but memory. With every pass, it showed me fragments. My childhood bedroom, my mother's final phone call, the morgue drawer where my father lay cold and swollen. It showed them, not like visions, like realities. Each one stitched into space, hanging in place for a breath before the beam swung on, and at the center of the room, she waited, the woman in white. But now I saw her clearly. Her skin was cracked porcelain, veined with gold and rot. Her hair floated, weightless, as if she stood underwater. Her hands bled black ichor that floated in the air like smoke. She smiled with a mouth too wide, teeth too sharp, and she held the recorder still. It played my voice again. Only now, it wasn't a loop. It was a confession. I brought it back with me. My voice said, out of the dark. I thought it was just a story. I thought it needed proof. I thought I was stronger. The woman stepped forward. You are stronger, she whispered. Not from her mouth, but from inside me. Strong enough to carry it, strong enough to be it. She pressed the recorder into my hand. The mark on my wrist flared white, and I remembered everything. The first trip into the woods, the first howl, the light that didn't come from the sun, the deal I didn't know I'd made. the others who'd come after me, drawn by stories, by whispers, by my articles, by the tapes I'd released. The warnings, dressed as entertainment. I had led them here, all of them, and the fen howler had followed through me. The woman nodded. She stepped back, fading into the spinning light, dissolving like ash in water. I was alone. But I wasn't. The walls trembled. The beacon slowed, and for the first time, I heard the true voice of the fen howler. Not a scream, but a question. Will you warn them? The recorder was heavy in my hand. The light above flickered, and I pressed the red button. The red button clicked under my thumb with a sound far too loud in the hush that followed the howler's question. As if the whole tower had stopped to listen, the recorder's little light blinked once, then stayed on. It was recording again. My voice, dry and cracked, slipped into the air. This is Susan Markley. I don't know what day it is anymore. I don't know how many of me have come through this place. I think the forest has been keeping pieces. I think the tower is where it stores the ones who get too close. The beacon above turned slower now, and with each rotation the room shrank, subtly at first, walls creeping inward like breath drawn and never released. The vastness of the space pressed down, folding in on itself, as if the tower were a lung preparing to exhale darkness. The recorder vibrated in my hand. It was cold, and then it spoke. Not in my voice. Not in the woman's. Something else. We gave you words, Susan. It said, we let you carry them into the world, and now the debt matures. My knees buckled, and I sank to the spiral floor of mirrored glass. I saw myself reflected in countless fragments, each shard showing a different version. Me with blood in my mouth, me with hollow eyes, me smiling in the dark. One by one, those reflections blinked out, snuffed like candles. Outside, something began to scrape against the tower walls. Knock, claws, mere voices, dozens of them, hundreds, maybe thousands, chanting in a tongue I felt more than understood. Syllables like the bending of bone, like rot blooming in fast forward. The tower groaned, and in the silence between each chant, I could hear the breathing, wet, rasping, and close. I rose slowly. A new door had appeared at the far end of the chamber. Tall and thin, made of wood so dark it shimmered purple. There were no handles, no keyholes, only a single deep symbol etched into the center, the same mark that had burned itself into my skin, that pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat. I approached. The recorder in my hand vibrated violently. It spoke again, fractured and urgent. Behind this door, the truth feeds. Behind this door, the howl waits. The final silence begins here. I touched the mark. Pain shot up my arm, through my chest, into my skull. Images followed. Flashes of the forest, turning inside out, of shadows walking upright, of roots pulling bodies into the soil, a mouth made of fog, eyes behind trees, the woman in white screaming without sound as she was pulled backward into a mirror, her smile breaking like porcelain. The door opened. Beyond it, darkness, pure and total, but not empty. The sound hit me like a physical force, a low hum, the pitch of despair. It shook the breath from my lungs. The recorder snapped in my hand, its plastic casing splitting, the tape unraveling into the dark, like a tongue pulled from a silent throat. I stepped forward, and the darkness stepped back. It revealed a corridor, impossibly narrow, lined with windows. I looked through them and saw scenes from my life, distorted, replayed wrong. In one, I was in the newsroom, but everyone wore blank masks. In another, I interviewed a grieving family, and they screamed when I asked my questions. My pen dripped blood. My notebook burst into flame. The corridor bent. I followed it. The walls pressed inward. The light, what little remained, was failing. At the end of the hall, a single chair waited, and seated there, me again. But this time, my eyes were gone, in sockets, filled with black wax, mouth sewn shut with golden thread. My hands clutched something to my chest. I knelt before her. She held it out. A lantern. Its light was faint but warm. It pulsed with a heartbeat that wasn't mine. I reached for it, and her head snapped up. Her sewn mouth burst open, and she screamed a soundless warning. Too late. The light flared, and the fen howler emerged. Not from shadow, not from air, from inside me. It tore up through my ribs, a shape of antlers and fog, of teeth that didn't belong to beasts or men. It peeled free of my flesh without breaking it, unfolding upward like a film reel spun in reverse. My body collapsed. And yet, I still was. I hovered between breaths. The howler towered over me, eyeless and immense, its body a wound in the world. Stitched from despair and unfinished memories, it turned its great head toward the lantern, and it knelt. The light dimmed. The howler began to speak. Though its mouth never moved, it used my voice, and it said, "One more part remains. One more step. The silence must become you." The lantern flickered, and from behind me, the chanting began again. Only this time, it was my voice chanting, 1,000 of me, calling the dark forward. The light, what little remained, shivered as if caught in a dying breath, flickering through the black like a candle in the lungs of a drowned world. Around me, the corridor dissolved, the windows peeling into mist, my many selves unraveling with every whispered word of the chant. The howler stood motionless, its antlers scraping some ceiling I could no longer see. Its presence so vast, I felt like I was shrinking against the weight of it, like a memory being erased. I tried to move, but there was no body to command, only a thought, suspended, a scream with nowhere to escape. The lantern dimmed further, the chanting, my own voice, multiplied and warped, grew louder, and with it came that silence again, not the quiet of absence, but the presence of something terrible, something so complete it devoured noise before it was born. The silence didn't wait at the edges. It crept in, seeped through me, unmaking the air, unmaking sound, unmaking hope. I saw the mark on my wrist ignite, one final time, pulsing through this phantom form, and I remembered the pain. The first time I felt it, how it branded itself onto my skin with fire and cold and purpose. I thought I had just uncovered a symbol, something ancient, something waiting. But it had uncovered me. The howler turned its head again, not toward me, toward the last light. And in that moment, I understood. The lantern had never been mine. It was what remained of those who tried to resist. The last flicker of defiance, held in a world that fed on forgetting. A remnant, a whisper, a dying star trapped in a jar of old glass. The howler opened its mouth, if it could be called a mouth, and the darkness inside twisted, roiling like oil poured over bone. A single note escaped. Not howl, not voice, just tone, low, not of vinyl. The lantern's light shattered, and all went black. But I was still there, falling now, or rising, or spiraling in place, suspended in an infinite void without direction or gravity. I felt the weight of all my failures pressing against the edges of me, as if the story itself had become a coffin. My notebooks, my recordings, the articles I'd written, the interviews I'd edited to be more palatable for the public, lies with kernels of truth, designed to entertain, never to warn. I had wanted to make them listen, and they had come, and they had been taken. The silence deepened, and then I saw the forest again, not with eyes, not with anything human, but it was there, spreading beneath me, and above me, too, the trees taller than mountains, their branches like fingers pressed against the sky. Shadows ran through them, quick, misshapen. Some walked upright, others slithered. The marshes boiled with unseen things. The paths I once knew, twisted like veins across a corpse. And in the heart of it, the lighthouse still stood, but now it pulsed with dark light. It called others, not just me. Not just those before, more hikers, campers, curious journalists, paranormal investigators, a child chasing a strange bird, a widow seeking her dead husband, a desperate man with nothing left but a story about something he'd seen in the fog. I saw them all. I saw them walk the path I had walked, and I saw them vanish. Then a spark, small, weak, barely more than an ember. It hovered where the lantern had broken, clinging to the edge of being. I reached for it, and this time I felt something. A hand, mine, flesh. The pain returned like a flood, lungs screaming, chest seizing, vision doubling as light poured in through a single crack in the dark. And there I was, back on the forest floor, gasping, alive, but not free. I knew the forest would not let me go. Not really. Not ever. The howler had marked me. I was its story now. But as I sat there beneath those ancient trees, listening to the stillness that crushed the breath from the air, I pulled the recorder from my coat. It was whole again, waiting. The red light blinked. I pressed record, and I began to speak. If you're hearing this, it's already too late. You came here looking for the story. My story. But what you found isn't a story at all. It's a place, a thing, a hunger, and it wants to be known. It needs to be heard. That's how it spreads. I looked up. Night had fallen fast, too fast, and in the distance, I heard it. The howl, low, calling, drawing them in, drawing you. The last light flickered and died in my eyes. Story 3. The ground trembled beneath my feet, not with the violence of an earthquake or the distant rumble of thunder, but with something far older, something patient and low, a subterranean murmur that rose through the tangled roots and damp soil like the slow exhale of a creature long dormant. I felt it before I truly heard it. A vibration, a whispering quiver beneath the layers of moss and pine needles that carpeted the forest floor. Faint at first, then steadier, more deliberate, like the beat of a massive buried heart, laboring itself awake. I froze mid-step. The toe of my boot, breaking the skin of the moss, with a soft, sucking sound, as though the earth itself had grown viscous beneath me. My breath caught in my throat. The air suddenly thicker, tinged with the cold, metallic scent of something ancient and wet. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether I had imagined it. This pulsing, this slow quake beneath the soles of my feet. But then the sound deepened, grew into a low, guttural hum that seemed to resonate in the bones of the trees and the hollow cavities of my own ribs. A gust of wind cut through the clearing, sharp and sour, with the smell of overturned loam and something else, sweet and sickly, like flowers blooming in a crypt. My fingers clenched around the strap of my satchel, leather creaking under my grip. I had come prepared for ritual, not revelation. The forest around me, so alive just minutes before, with the quiet rustle of needles and the soft chirps of hidden birds, now seemed to be holding its breath, not silent, but listening. Then came the sound, the soft thunk of something landing on wood behind me. I turned slowly, deliberately, not trusting the stillness behind my back. There, perched on a splintered fence post, warped by rot and time, sat a raven. Not just any bird, not one of those flitting black things you see scavenging roadkill or circling over fields. This one was waiting. Its feathers were too black, matte and lightless, soaking in what little gray daylight filtered through the canopy. Its head tilted as it regarded me, one eye round and unnervingly bright. Not the flat animal gleam of instinct, but something else, something knowing, the kind of gaze that suggested thought, deliberation, malice. When divided about them, I felt the hum again, rising from the soles of my boots to the pit of my stomach. A kind of sympathetic resonance that made my molars buzz and my temples throb with a low, dull ache. Something beneath the surface, far beneath maybe, but not deep enough, was waking. I could feel it stretching, testing its weight against the cage of roots and stone that had held it. I wanted to speak, to curse under my breath, to do anything, to break the moment's stillness. But my throat felt tight, dry, and when I finally drew in a breath, the taste of the air had changed. Copper and mildew, old water, trapped in rusted pipes. My tongue felt thick, my heart thudding with the growing rhythm. I swore I could now hear beneath my feet. I took a step back. The moss squelched under my boot like wet flesh. The raven didn't flinch. It only shifted its weight minutely. Claws digging into the wood, feathers fluttering like a priest adjusting his robes before delivering a sermon. The breeze picked up again, this time carrying with it the faintest trace of whispering. Not words, not exactly, but something that mimicked the shape and cadence of speech, as though the forest was practicing language, trying to remember how to talk. And then it stopped. The tremor ceased. The air settled. The raven opened its beak and let out a single grating caw, low and guttural, unlike any bird call I'd ever heard, more like the scrape of stone on metal, or a voice twisted by water and time. I stepped forward before I could think better of it, drawn by some idiotic need to test the boundary, to push closer, to look deeper. I was always that way, reckless, stubborn, curious to the point of ruin. Beneath the post where the raven perched, the moss was dying. I hadn't noticed it before. Maybe it hadn't been there before. But now I could see it clearly, a ring of blackened earth, the green grayed and shrunken, curled in on itself like leaves. After a frost, the change radiated outward in slow pulses, as though something under the soil was leaching life from the surface above it. I swallowed hard and pulled the iron talisman from beneath my jacket, the chain cold against my skin. It didn't glow, didn't hum, didn't react at all, but that was almost worse. It meant whatever this was, it wasn't bound. Not by the symbols I carried, not by the rites I knew. I heard a sound then, behind me, a soft dragging, like something being pulled slowly through underbrush, wet leaves shifting, tiny twigs snapping under a burden that didn't quite walk, but slithered. I turned, expecting to see an animal, a shadow, something. But there was nothing, just the forest, waiting. Still, but the air was warmer now, too warm, clammy and close, like being shut in a greenhouse, with the windows locked tight. I looked up at the sky, or what little I could see of it, through the twisted lattice of branches overhead, and realized that the light had dimmed. Clouds hadn't rolled in. Rather, it was as though the trees themselves had thickened, the canopy knitting tighter, branches moving where no wind touched them, and still, that low pulse. Thump, thump, thump. I pressed a hand to the ground, fingers sinking slightly into the loam, and felt it in a way that bypassed my skin and ran straight up my nerves. This wasn't a simple quake. This was intent. A message, maybe, or a warning. I stood slowly, scanning the tree line, my breath coming short and ragged now, my hand trembling around the hilt of the dagger sheathed at my belt. I whispered a name. Not mine, not anyone I knew, just a name that came to my lips unbidden and cracked in the air like old parchment. The raven blinked. Then the forest exhaled. The trees swayed in unison, not from wind, but as though something beneath them had shifted its weight. Leaves rustled, falling in slow spirals, and the smell changed again. Darker now, the tang of iron sharper, like open wounds left too long in the sun. And the raven took flight. Its wings beat once, twice, and it vanished into the blackened canopy above, its cry echoing far longer than it should have, reverberating through the forest like a scream swallowed by a cathedral's dome. I stared after it, my pulse racing in rhythm with that buried, thrumming beat. Something had awoken, something was watching, and I had stepped willingly into its domain. The forest swallowed sound the way black holes devour light. Each step I took along the half-forgotten trail seemed to echo back at me with unnatural clarity. Twigs snapping like gunfire beneath my boots, leaves crunching with the hush of brittle paper. And yet, when I stopped moving, the silence roared. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just that thick, watching hush, as though the trees themselves were waiting for me to do something wrong. The trail, if it could still be called that, was choked with vines, brambles I didn't remember seeing before. They crawled like veins across the ground, weaving and tightening as I pushed forward, each step resisted by the subtle drag of unseen tension in the earth. The deeper I walked, the more the air changed, growing heavy with moisture and a pungent smell like wet bark, mildew, and something floral and spoiled, like lilies abandoned on a grave. I didn't speak, not out of fear, exactly, but reverence. Instinct told me this place didn't care for voices, that even breath was a kind of trespass. The forest didn't want me here. Or worse, it did. As I crested a low ridge, a break in the trees revealed the old highway below, a broken ribbon of asphalt fractured by time and roots, half submerged in the undergrowth like a drowned relic. Moss blanketed the shoulders, creeping up rusted road signs and crumbling barriers. The center line was nearly gone, just a faded whisper of yellow beneath silt and dead leaves. But that wasn't what made me stop. It was the movement. Thin tendrils, not vines, not really, unfurled across the asphalt like exploratory fingers, thorned, but not naturally so. Each spine was curved subtly inward, designed not just to wound but to hold. I watched as one of them twitched, as if sensing the vibration of my steps, even from this distance. I crouched low behind a fallen tree, breath shallow, heart pounding in counter-rhythm to that slow pulse still humming in the soil. Something about the way the briars moved. It wasn't random. They flowed together, retreating and advancing like a colony of insects or the coordinated twitch of muscle. It was too deliberate, too alive. I pulled the field journal from my satchel, its leather cover damp with condensation, and flipped through the pages until I found the sketches, sigils, glyphs, notes written in haste and desperation by someone who'd come before me. Most of it I had dismissed as paranoia, ramblings from a man who'd spent too long in solitude, chasing ghosts in forgotten groves. But now, in the heavy hush of Stormridge's heart, it all felt terribly plausible. There was one drawing in particular, a spiral of thorns with an eye at its center. Beneath it, a scrawled phrase, "Beware the briar that sees." I closed the journal and looked back down at the road. The vines had retreated slightly, coiling around a crumbled concrete divider, but their movement had left gouges in the asphalt, not scratches. Gouges, as though something beneath had pulled them forward with force. A sudden rustle behind me snapped my attention back to the ridge. I turned, heart spiking, hand on the dagger's hilt. Nothing, just trees, bark slick with moss, their limbs creaking softly, rhythmically, as if swaying to a breeze I couldn't feel. But then I saw it. Just for a moment, between the trees, a sass low to the ground, too bright, too steady, twinned points of light, gleaming with unnatural awareness. They blinked slowly once and were gone. I didn't move, didn't breathe. My mind raced through protections, wards, invocations, but none seemed appropriate. Whatever was in these woods wasn't a spirit or demon I recognized. This was older, wilder, hungrier. The raven's cry echoed again. Closer this time. I looked up and saw it circling above, a jagged spiral against the canopy, wings angled sharp as knives. It dipped once, twice, and flew off toward the southeast, toward the highway. My fingers tightened around the hilt. I rose and followed. The descent toward the highway was treacherous, not because of the slope, but because the briars grew thicker. The closer I came, they spread across the trail in latticework patterns, almost decorative, as if mocking the idea of boundaries. I tried stepping over one and felt it recoil slightly, then snap forward to catch the heel of my boot. Thorns grazed leather, catching and tearing. I yanked free, stumbling into the brush, heart hammering. I could hear the whispers now, soft, seductive murmurs curling between branches, brushing my ears with words I couldn't quite understand. But they knew me, that much was clear. My name threaded between syllables, my fears, my failures. I forced my way forward, sweat chilling against my skin, eyes scanning the trees for more of those glinting, intelligent eyes. The wind had stopped entirely. The forest held its breath. I reached the edge of the road and stopped. It was worse. Up close, the asphalt was broken in places, completely swallowed in others. In one spot, a briar had grown straight through the hood of an overturned car. The metal peeled back like a can, the seats empty and torn, rusted blood like rusted paint on the door. The vines pulsed faintly, as if feeding off the memory of whatever had died inside. The raven landed on the roof, its eyes fixed on me, and the road breathed, not metaphorically. I saw it. The briars rose and fell with the rhythm of lungs, slow and deliberate. And I knew then that the forest wasn't just reclaiming the road, it was digesting it, assimilating it, feeding on the metal, the rubber, the memory of transit and escape. A voice whispered from the thorns, no longer wordless, a woman's voice, cracked and weary. You shouldn't be here. I backed away, hands raised slightly, as if warding off a predator. The raven flapped once, and the vines around the wreck shifted. A shape began to form within them, vague, humanoid, but covered in thorns, as if the briars had grown through someone and now wore them like a puppet. Eyes opened in the tangle, gleaming with the same unnatural malice I had seen earlier. Intelligent, purposeful, and worst of all, familiar. I turned and ran, not toward camp, not toward town, but deeper into the woods, not out of courage or strategy, but because I knew instinctively that turning my back on the road might be the only thing that would keep me from becoming part of it. Behind me, the forest began to whisper louder. It knew my name, and it was learning how to speak. I ran without thinking, each footfall swallowed by the forest's spongy floor, the moist loam rising to meet my boots like a living thing, eager to slow my pace, to hold me here. Branches clawed at my jacket, catching in my hair and scraping my arms through the thin fabric. And still I pushed forward, driven by something older than instinct, an ancestral terror that told me I was being hunted. The briars weren't gone. They had merely changed their shape. What I'd mistaken for tree roots curled in the corners of my vision, shifting subtly, too fluid for flora, too methodical for animals. They slithered beneath the underbrush, just beneath the moss, thickening the air with the scent of decay and resin, of sap, too dark and too sweet to come from any tree born of this world. My lungs burned as I crested another ridge, knees nearly buckling on the descent as the slope gave way beneath me, and I tumbled down into a hollow. The forest closed tighter here, no sky visible, just a ceiling of wet leaves and knotted branches stitched together like scar tissue. I didn't know how far I'd come from the highway, only that it no longer existed behind me, consumed by something deeper, something patient. I staggered upright, wiping blood from a cut on my temple. The whispering had not stopped. It was louder now, more insistent, threading through the hollows of trees and the hush between my heartbeats. Not voices. A voice, singular, familiar, my own. Amanda. It called me gently, coaxingly, as if summoning a child in from the cold, the way my mother used to say it, years ago, before the sickness took her mind. The tone was wrong, though, too steady, too confident. It didn't plead, it invited. I pressed my back to a tree and slid down, trying to calm the chaos inside my chest. My hand found the silver dagger at my belt again, its hilt warm, despite the air's chill, pulsing faintly, not in warning, but in resonance. The runes etched into its blade hummed in time with the forest's heartbeat, as if both were part of the same ancient machinery, now grinding back into motion. And then I heard it. Something beneath the earth. A groan. A shudder. The sound of roots tearing through stone. The hollow around me deepened, not physically, Not yet, but perceptually, the shadows thickened, swallowing the tree's bases until they looked like columns stretching into ink. The soil under me vibrated, a constant slow rhythm like something breathing or chewing. I remembered the sketches again. The spiral, the eye, the cursed briar wasn't just a creature. It was a system, a network, a forest-wide web of feeding and watching and remembering. It didn't simply kill, it absorbed. Somewhere to my left, something moved. I froze, straining to listen, ears filled with the rush of blood and that infernal, murmuring hum. A shape slipped between the trees, tall, thin, draped in what looked like shrouded vines. It didn't walk so much as glide, its limbs indistinct beneath the mass of thorny growth, clinging to it like a second skin. As it moved, I caught the glint of eyes behind the briars, human eyes, wide and unblinking. It had a face, not just any face. Mine, twisted, warped, but unmistakable. I scrambled backward, fingers clawing at the moss, heart pounding as the figure stopped, tilted its head, and mirrored my movement like a reflection in a broken mirror. It raised one arm slowly, an arm that ended not in fingers, but in slender tendrils wrapped tight with thorns that dripped something black and glossy. "Amanda," it whispered again, though the lips did not move. I bolted. No plan, no direction, only away. Branches tore at me again, and this time the forest didn't fight to keep me. It guided me, steered me down a narrow ravine slick with mud, roots forming a grotesque staircase beneath my feet. I stumbled, caught myself, kept going. I emerged into another clearing, smaller, more circular. At the center stood what might once have been a fire watch tower. Its legs twisted, metal supports buckled under some massive pressure. The top half collapsed into a nest of brambles so dense they looked like a tumor bulging from the earth. Crows circled above it, dozens of them, silent and vigilant. I felt drawn to it. Pulled. The whispers coalesced again. This time, a memory, a voice I hadn't heard in years. My mentor, the old archivist who first warned me about Stormridge. They buried it, but not deep enough. You don't kill something like this. You appease it. I stepped toward the base of the tower, each step heavier than the last. The moss underfoot pulsed slightly. The briars shifted to make a path, not out of mercy, but design. Inside the tangle, something glowed, a soft blue light, faint as a candle behind thick glass. I knelt beside the twisted metal, pushing aside a curtain of vines. Beneath them, half submerged in rot and leaf mold, was a sigil stone, old, cracked. The glyphs etched into it pulsed faintly, struggling against the overwhelming hunger around them. It had been a seal, a prison key, and it was failing. My hands shook as I traced the runes. This wasn't just ancient, it was misused. Someone had come here before me and tried to awaken it. A ritual, reversed, a calling, and the briar had answered. Something massive stirred beneath the clearing. The ground bulged slightly, then settled. The moss rippled outward, like a stone tossed into still water. From beneath the tower, a massive vine rose slowly. Thicker than my torso, thorns as long as daggers, it coiled toward the sky, then bent, its tip splitting open like a flower to reveal something that should not have had eyes. But did. It looked at me, not the way a predator watches prey, but the way a god gazes at a sacrifice already promised. My knees gave out. I knelt before it, not in worship, but in exhaustion, in terror. My dagger hummed wildly at my side. The sigil stone cracked louder beneath my hand, and then from behind me, the voice again, my own, but deeper. Join. The command hung in the air like a fog, thick and clinging. Join, I shouted. Not demanded, but spoken with a gravity that rooted itself in the marrow of my bones. My mouth tasted of rust and sap, and I realized I had bitten my tongue at some point. The copper tang of blood mixing with the thick, vegetal breath of the clearing. The massive vine loomed above me, its open tip gleaming with wet, fibrous tendrils that swayed gently in the still air, like antennae reaching for a signal only it could sense. The eye within it didn't blink. It pulsed. I tried to stand, but my limbs felt heavy. My muscles thickened with some creeping exhaustion that wasn't physical. My mind reeled with too many voices now, echoes of thoughts I hadn't formed yet, memories that weren't mine flickering like faulty film reels behind my eyes. I heard children laughing beneath the forest canopy, smelled firewood burning somewhere far away, saw a woman's hands, calloused and ink-stained, pressing a sigil stone into soft earth while weeping softly. Then, as if a great gust had swept through the clearing, the forest exhaled, the eye closed, the vine slithered back into the earth, with a sickening shudder of wet roots through soil. The clearing fell silent again, but something had changed. The sigil stone at my knees crumbled into dust, its faint light extinguished in a puff of smoke that smelled of old parchment and burned my nostrils. The brambles pulled back slightly from the tower's base, revealing a hidden path, jagged, narrow, and sloping downward beneath the collapsed structure, into some kind of tunnel or chamber. Darkness waited beyond it, not passive or empty, but aware. It watched me as I stared into it. I should have left. Everything in me screamed to retreat, but the hunger of the forest wasn't finished with me yet. And deep down, some shameful part of me wasn't finished with it either. My name still whispered through the roots. I rose on shaking legs and stepped toward the path. The air grew colder with each step, not the cold of weather, but of absence, of heat drawn away by something too ancient to remember warmth. The mouth of the tunnel yawned before me, rimmed with blackened ivy and thorn clusters that seemed to twitch in time with my breath. The first step inside was like falling through a veil. The forest noise vanished completely. My ears popped, as if I had passed underwater, and the silence pressed in like hands on either side of my head. I felt it, even in my teeth. The tunnel walls were packed earth and root, the occasional glint of wet stone catching the light of my flashlight, which flickered and steadied only when I pressed it hard against my chest, as though it drew stability from contact with a living body. Symbols lined the walls, not carved, but grown, briars shaped into glyphs, their thorns forming sharp-edged sigils I recognized from forbidden tomes, protective wards warped into mockeries. One, I swore, blinked at me as I passed. Another bled a single drop of sap that hissed as it hit the ground. The path sloped deeper. The tunnel's breath, if that's what it was, grew thicker, more humid. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears now. Too loud, too slow, or perhaps it was something else's heartbeat, syncing with mine. Then the smell hit me, earthy, metallic, and unmistakably human, not rot, but blood, not fresh, not old, eternal. The chamber opened without warning, a vast hollow beneath the woods, lit by no visible source, yet glowing faintly red, like the last coal in a dying fire. The ceiling arched above me, in rough ribs of twisted root and vine, forming a grotesque cathedral, and at its center, half buried in a mound of black soil and thorn-wrapped skeletons, stood an altar. Not a religious altar. Not anymore. A stone slab overgrown with vines, pulsing faintly. Thorns wept clear liquid down its sides, pooling in grooves carved into ancient patterns that led away into the chamber walls. Faces stared out from the roots, withered, mummified, mouths open in eternal screams or chants. I could not tell which. And in the soil around the altar, eyes opened, dozens of them, some human, some not. They blinked slowly, one after another, as though waking from centuries of dreamless sleep. Their gaze fell on me and did not waver. One of them, impossibly, was my own. I dropped to my knees, not in surrender, but in agony, the realization settling that something had been taken from me, mirrored and buried, before I ever entered the forest. My presence here was not chance. I hadn't been called. I had been prepared. From the shadows of the far wall, something moved. It was tall, root-wrapped. Its face was a knot of thorns with too many eyes, and a mouth that was more absence than form. It stepped forward, and the roots around the altar writhed in response. The chamber pulsed. The thing spoke, not aloud, but directly into my thoughts. The road dies. The forest lives. Flesh remembers. You are the key left turned. I wanted to scream, to run, but my limbs wouldn't obey. A pressure built behind my eyes. Not pain, an opening, a blooming, like something ancient and buried in my brain, was unfolding. Visions slammed into me. A girl walking the old highway alone, watched by crows, an old man slicing his palm open and feeding blood into the roots, a ritual circle collapsing, screams swallowed by vines, the same raven, always the same, landing on a broken fence post, and finally, me, standing at the edge of this same altar, years ago, whispering words I had since forgotten, but that the forest had not. You promised, the voice said, and beneath that, something else. An echo of my own voice, not spoken but remembered, as I had once whispered in reckless invocation, let it wake. I will stop it. And now I was here. I stayed kneeling before the altar, its presence vast and sentient, a mountain of memories, not my own, pressing against the boundaries of my mind, threatening to spill through the cracks. I hadn't noticed until now. The earth beneath my knees pulsed gently, like the forest was breathing, like it welcomed my stillness, encouraged it. The longer I remained motionless, the more the weight in my bones began to feel natural, like stone settling into stone, as though I belonged here, had always belonged here, and had only just returned. The root-wrapped figure stood before me, its presence eclipsing thought. It did not move like something with joints or muscles. It flowed forward, its body, a fluid tangle of growth and withered skin, thorns extending and retracting with slow insectile rhythm. Its many eyes did not blink. They glowed softly with that same dull red heat that suffused the chamber, like coals buried under ancient ash. I tried to speak. My mouth opened, but only air passed my lips, thick with the metallic taste of sap and soil. The pressure in my head grew stronger, not painful now, but urgent, like something trying to push outward. My thoughts no longer moved in a straight line. They swirled and spiraled, memory folding in on itself, fragments rising without sequence, a child's laughter echoing through an empty house, the sound of distant thunder as ritual candles guttered in an open field, the look in my mentor's eyes when he first told me, "Don't go near Stormridge, not unless you want to come back." Missing pieces, but I had come anyway. And now the forest wanted those missing pieces filled. The figure raised one arm. The tendrils that formed its hand curled inward, and something lifted from the altar, a shape vague at first, wrapped in thorns. As it floated closer, I saw what it was, a mask woven from briar and bone, its surface etched with the same glyphs I had seen on the walls, on the sigil stone, on the dagger still strapped uselessly to my thigh. But this mask had eyes, human eyes. They blinked. It hovered before me, level with my face, as though waiting to be accepted. I recoiled. But there was no retreat. The chamber had changed. The roots behind me had risen, curling inward like ribs locking tight. The breathing of the earth had quickened, a heartbeat, now not mine. Ours, the voice said. Closer now, deeper. Inside me, the mask pulsed with light, not bright, not blinding, but rhythmic. My own breathing unconsciously matched its flickering. Inhale, glow. Exhale, dark. The eyes within it watched me, pleading and commanding all at once, their gaze a weight that made my chest constrict. I stood without deciding to. My body moved of its own accord, steps slow, deliberate, as if pulled forward by invisible strings rooted in my spine. The figure stepped aside. The mask was no longer floating. It was waiting, one step closer. And I felt the shift. The air turned viscous, thick like honey, as if the space around the altar resisted motion. My hand reached forward, fingers trembling, stopping just short of the mask. It smelled of moss, old sweat, and something burned. I didn't want it. I wanted it. My fingers brushed the edge of the briar-wrapped frame. Pain lanced through my palm, sharp, white-hot, like a branding iron driven through flesh. I screamed, but no sound escaped. My voice was swallowed by the mask the moment it touched me. It leapt from its place in the air and clamped onto my face. Thorns driving into skin, curling around bone. I fell, or rather, my body did. My mind was somewhere else. I stood in the same chamber, but it was no longer dark. Light poured in from the roots above, golden and unnatural, casting long shadows that didn't match the shape of what made them. The altar was clean, unmarked, bathed in soft amber. The skeletons had vanished. In their place were silhouettes, people, or the memory of people. They stood in a circle around me, whispering. Their mouths moved with purpose, but no sound emerged. One by one, they turned their heads toward me, and each wore my face. All different versions, older, younger, bleeding, smiling, one with hollowed eyes, another missing half her jaw. All of them watching. A wind rose through the chamber. Though no leaves rustled, it smelled of cedar and rot, of time compressed. The shadows lengthened, the whispers grew louder until they became a chant. I tried to step back, but my feet were rooted. My legs no longer moved. The altar split down the middle with a grinding sound, revealing a hollow beneath it. Inside was something pulsing, alive, a seed, black and glistening, veins of gold and crimson webbing across its surface. It beat like a heart. The figure reappeared at the edge of my vision. "You planted it," it said aloud for the first time. I turned to face it. The figure was me, not the way the reflections were. This one was exact, unchanged, dressed as I was, the day I first stepped into the forest. "You gave it your name." It stepped closer. We were eye to eye. "Now you must carry it out." Its hand reached toward me, not threatening, offering, palm open. I looked down. In its hand was the dagger, the one I had carried, but the runes had changed. No longer protective, no longer sacred. They bled. The blade dripped black sap that steamed as it touched the chamber floor. "What is it?" I asked. The other Amanda smiled. "It was not kind. The only thing that can cut a path through what you've become." I reached for it. My hand closed around the dagger, and in that instant, the chamber rippled, not physically. No stones shifted, no roots cracked, but perceptually, as though reality itself had sucked in a breath, and held it. The blade hummed against my palm, its surface unnaturally warm, the runes along its edge pulsing like tiny wounds that had never scabbed over. Black sap oozed from its tip and slid down my wrist, its path burning slightly, like nettles dragged across bare skin. Across from me, my mirrored self nodded solemnly and stepped back into the darkness, merging seamlessly with the roots, leaving only the faint echo of its voice. You already know the way. The seed in the altar pulsed again. Its heartbeat was synchronized with mine now, thudding deep in my chest, echoing in my ears, in my teeth. I could feel it reaching, not physically, but conceptually, like its consciousness was tethered to mine by filaments of memory and will. The faces in the roots above blinked in unison. The whispers returned, but this time I understood them, not as language exactly. There were no coherent words, but as impressions, fragments of knowledge dripping like dew into the corners of my mind. The highway was built atop something older, something buried before man laid his first road. The cursed briar did not grow. It returned. Each time it does, it chooses a name, a vessel, a path. The forest remembers everything it has swallowed. I looked down at the dagger. Its weight no longer burdensome. It felt right, as if I had wielded it before, in lifetimes stacked beneath the skin of this one, each version of me reaching for it, across a gulf of forgotten deaths. I raised it toward the seed, half expecting resistance, but none came. The chamber waited. The first cut wasn't into the seed, but into myself. A single, shallow slash across my palm, blood blooming instantly, red and vivid and undeniably mine. As it dripped onto the seed, the black surface hissed and absorbed it greedily. The veins of crimson brightened, the heartbeat quickened. From within the cracked altar, the seed opened. It didn't split like a fruit or a flower. It peeled in wet, curling strips of skin-like bark, revealing a core that writhed. Tendrils of thorn and vine reached upward, not with violence, but with hunger. They caressed my face, leaving faint trails of warmth in their wake. And I realized, to my horror, that they recognized me. Images struck me again, sharper this time, as if projected directly onto the back of my skull. A stone circle, hidden beneath decades of moss. A woman kneeling, whispering into the dirt, carving symbols with her nails. A raven watching from a high branch, unmoving, unblinking. The forest rising around her, not in anger, but in recognition. The seed was not just alive. It was aware, and it had waited long for its name to return. I heard the sound then, distant and muffled, as though echoing from above, the cracking of wood, the groan of stone splitting, and the unnatural howl of wind that didn't belong. The forest was shifting. Something had stirred above ground. The roots beneath my feet tightened, gripping the earth in anticipation. And then I heard footsteps. Not mine, not human. Wet, heavy, deliberate. Something walking through soil, like water. Something that had slept for centuries. The tunnel behind me was no longer dark. A dull glow crept toward the chamber. The same ember-red light that illuminated the altar, now bleeding outward, infecting the world above with its warmthless fire. Shadows flickered at the edges of the passageway, their shapes writhing and impossible, twisting in time with the whispers that now surged into a frenzy. The road must end. A voice rasped, not aloud, but from the mouth of the seed itself. And then the chamber shuddered. Roots above snapped like whips, casting dust and bone fragments into the air. The altar groaned and began to sink, pulled downward by unseen forces. The walls of the chamber pulsed inward, like lungs exhaling their final breath. The seed was being reborn. Instinct took over. I raised the dagger high, the bloodied edge catching the dying light, and plunged it into the heart of the seed. The impact was not explosive. It was invasive. The blade vanished into the core like it had been swallowed, and in its place came a scream. Not a sound, but a pressure, an emotional scream, one of every soul the briar had taken, expelled at once in a tidal wave of grief, rage, longing. The faces in the roots shrieked in silent harmony, their mouths gaping, their eyes rolling upward. The forest above answered. I felt the ground split. Somewhere miles above, I heard the trees cry out. I smelled fire and rot and rain, and then everything went still. I collapsed, not from exhaustion, but from the sheer magnitude of what had just passed through me. My limbs spasmed, nerves on fire, skin tingling as though charged with static. I could still hear the seed pulsing, though I knew it was no longer beating. Its form had collapsed inward, tendrils retracted, its power spent or withdrawn. The altar was cracked, vines dead and brittle, but I had no sense of victory, no closure, only the smell of burning moss, and the knowledge that something had changed, not ended, merely turned. From the tunnel, the light faded, silence returned, and behind me, on the walls of the chamber, new symbols had formed, fresh, wet. They spelled one word over and over, carved in what looked like my own handwriting: return. The passage leading out of the chamber was darker now, as if the very stone had swallowed the light, leaching it into the veins of the earth. I dragged myself to my feet, knees buckling beneath me, like I had aged decades in moments. My fingers trembled, coated in blood both old and new, sticky with the remnants of sap and sweat, and something I didn't recognize, a thin, iridescent film that shimmered with faint, sickly green hues in the dark. The dagger hung loose at my side, its glow gone, but its weight a persistent throb in my palm, as though it still drank from the seed, still remembered what it had pierced. I turned toward the tunnel. The silence stretched ahead like a throat waiting to swallow me whole. As I stepped forward, I heard it again, the footsteps, not behind me, ahead. They were slower now, but heavier, like whatever moved beyond the bend of the path had grown stronger, more deliberate. The air thickened with the scent of wet leaves and sulfur, each breath dragging down my throat like damp wool. The stone under my boots slickened, as if the forest had begun to bleed inward, its boundaries no longer clear. The further I went, the more the tunnel changed. Roots no longer clung passively to the walls. They pulsed, retracted, twitched. They looked like nerves. At intervals, the walls trembled, exhaling warm gusts of air that reeked of decay, and flowers bloomed in total darkness, unfurling with a soft, wet hiss before shrinking as I passed. Some petals whispered, "My name, Amanda," a voice, but not mine, not human. I paused, my heart hammering so loud I could hear it echoing back at me. I pressed my hand to the wall, and it shuddered beneath my touch. The whisper came again, closer. "Amanda? Amanda? It's growing." I jerked back and nearly slipped as the ground gave slightly underfoot. Like stepping on sponge or soaked parchment, the floor was no longer stone. It was something else. Veined, lush, alive. The tunnel curved upward, narrowing, until I could only crawl, my back scraping against the undulating roots above. The knife snagged once, tore loose some living tangle that released a shrill, childlike scream, and the tunnel shuddered, tightening like a clenched throat. I didn't stop. The air grew colder the higher I climbed, not fresh cold, but the stagnant chill of buried things, of mausoleums sealed too long. And then suddenly, I emerged into night, into the forest. The sky above Stormridge was pitch black, moonless, starless. A void stretched taut across the treetops, but the forest glowed, not everywhere. Only the old highway. I could see it from where I stood. A strip of pavement cracked and overgrown, meandering through the trees like a scar. But now, roots coiled across it, weaving in and out of the crumbled asphalt. Thorns bloomed like tumors, pulsing faintly with that same ember light I had seen below. And standing at the center of the highway was something tall, bent, cloaked in what looked like layers of forest debris, moss, bark, bone. Its face was obscured, but not hidden, because it didn't have a face, not in the way people do. Instead, it had eyes, dozens of them, scattered across its chest, its arms, its neck, each blinking out of rhythm, each glowing with that same intelligent malice I had seen in the seed, in the raven, in the walls of the altar chamber. It turned, not its head, its entire body, pivoting with insect precision, the eyes fixed on me all at once. Knock, and I felt it. Recognition. The same way the roots had known me, the same way the mask had waited. This thing knew me. It raised one long claw-like hand and pointed to the forest behind me. I turned and saw them, figures half buried in the underbrush, crawling, dozens, maybe hundreds, their bodies gnarled and thorn-pierced, their eyes glowing with flickers of fading humanity. Some still wore pieces of clothing, jackets, hiking boots, uniforms, a forest ranger. Mouth sewn shut with vine, a child, her arms wrapped in mossy bandages, all of them moving as one, toward the road, toward me, toward it. I backed away, but the roots beneath my feet writhed and shifted, drawing me toward the highway. The blade in my hand throbbed once, twice, then went still, its purpose used, its magic hollowed, useless now. The thing on the road stepped closer. The highway groaned, as if protesting the weight of it. Somewhere above, a raven screamed, and then I heard the voice again, echoing through the trees, the soil, the very breath of the forest. You opened the way. Now walk it. I ran. I don't remember choosing to. My legs simply moved, lungs burning, the cold air tearing through me like glass. I ducked branches, stumbled over roots, the forest reshaping itself as I fled. Trees leaned in. The path narrowed. The old highway behind me vanished into shadow, but I could still hear it, following, always following. And beneath it all, beneath the pounding of my feet and the thrum of blood in my ears, were the whispers. They hadn't stopped. They never stopped. I ran till my body betrayed me. My legs buckled on a steep incline slick with rain and rotted pine needles, and I slid, arms flailing, breath torn ragged from my throat, until I hit the base of a gnarled cedar with enough force to send stars bursting behind my eyes. For a moment, I couldn't move, couldn't think. The forest leaned in, watching, and every creak of bark and rustle of leaves sounded like breath being held. Above me, the canopy churned like oil, thick clouds blotting out the heavens. There was no wind, no rain, just the pressing absolute awareness that I was no longer alone. When I opened my eyes, they were waiting, dozens of ravens, perched in a wide circle around the base of the clearing, silent, unmoving. Their feathers glistened wetly, too dark, too smooth, as if cut from shadow and lacquered with blood. Their eyes burned with that same unnatural intelligence, and I felt a weight press against the back of my skull, like someone pushing their thoughts into mine. I staggered upright. The air had changed. The scent of sap and rot gave way to something sweeter, cloying honeysuckle, but twisted overripe, rotting beneath the sweetness, like fruit left to decay in a sealed jar. I could taste it in the back of my throat. I could feel it clinging to my skin, sinking into the wounds the thorns had opened. The dagger, still in my hand, twitched, then cracked down the center with a sound like splitting bone. It crumbled to ash in my palm. With someoise I looked down. The earth was moving, not shaking, breathing. The moss at my feet rose and fell, slow and rhythmic, and then split, revealing a thick, thorn-covered root, inching its way through the soil, like a finger pressing through loose flesh. The root curled toward me, nudging my boot, and then stopped. From somewhere below, I heard a sound, a low moan, wet and gurgling. Something was rising, not far beyond the cedar's reach. The underbrush exploded outward, showering the clearing with leaves and black soil. A shape emerged, hunched and twitching. Its arms, if they could be called that, were too long, elbowless, ending in clusters of writhing vines. Its head lolled forward, draped in what looked like strips of leathered skin and burlap, stitched through with thorns. Where its mouth should have been, a single, yawning orifice opened and closed in slow, sucking spasms, exhaling a steady stream of whispers. I couldn't move. My legs rooted to the spot, not from fear, from recognition. I had seen this thing before. Not in waking life, but in dreams. It dismissed in the half-memory of a childhood fever. In stories murmured in the margins of forbidden books. The thorn speaker, that's what they'd called it, in the sigils I once traced in ash and wax. Not understanding what I invited, the speaker lurched forward. Its mouth stopped moving, and the voices, dozens of them, rose as one in my mind. The way has opened. My teeth chattered, not from cold, but from the sheer pressure of the voice. It came from nowhere, from everywhere, from inside me. It wasn't a sound, it was a presence, like drowning in ink. More figures moved behind it, a line of them, twisted forms of bark and bone. Their eyes tiny white coals in wooden sockets. Their arms split at the elbows like branches. They didn't walk. They dragged themselves forward, the forest parting before them like a wound reopening. The road remembers, the thorn speaker said, not in my mind this time, but aloud, in a voice that cracked and split like old timber. I turned to run, and stopped. The forest had changed again. The trees no longer reached upward, but curled inward, arching like ribs over a tunnel of vine and fog. Where once there was wilderness, there now stretched a path, ancient, sunken, cobbled in what looked like fossilized wood and bone. On either side, the forest watched. There was only one direction left, forward. I stepped onto the path, and the ground groaned beneath me. The fog thickened, swallowing the forest behind. The thorn speaker did not follow, neither did its flock, but the road carried its own company. Whispers rose from the mist, whispering secrets I had never told, names I had never spoken. My mother's voice, my own younger, crying in the dark, the sound of fingernails on a coffin lid, and always, always, the rustle of vines. Halfway down the path, I found the remains of a highway sign. It lay cracked and half sunk in the dirt, covered in moss and dried blood. The name was still visible, Stormridge, 3 miles, but beneath it, scratched in jagged letters that seemed to writhe. When I stared too long, roots remember. I dropped to my knees, not from exhaustion, but from the realization that the forest wasn't just alive. It was conscious, and it wasn't hunting me. It was calling me home. The path narrowed as I walked, until even the mist seemed reluctant to follow. Trees on either side leaned closer, their branches interwoven into unnatural lattices, thick with vines that pulsed like veins. Every leaf shimmered with a subtle phosphorescence, casting a faint green pall over the world that made my skin appear mottled. Wrong. The silence was not empty. It was pressurized, taut with expectation, broken only by the steady crunch of my boots against the shifting forest floor, and the quiet, wet whisper of the roots beneath the surface, always moving. Somewhere, deep behind me, the forest groaned, a slow, resounding creak, like ancient timbers settling under immense weight. But I didn't look back. I couldn't. To look back would be to acknowledge that I was still within reach, that I could still be taken. Ahead, the trees opened into another clearing, circular, unnatural in its symmetry. A ring of totems surrounded a sunken pit in the earth, each carved from blackened, splintering wood and bound with thorns. They bore faces I recognized. My own, twisted into expressions of agony, of ecstasy, of reverence. Some were still wet, as though freshly carved, sap and blood mingling in the grooves. And at the center of the pit stood the heart of the forest. Not a tree, not entirely. It was a tower of tangled roots, rising nearly 30 feet high, woven like muscle and bone, weeping sap that steamed in the cold air. At its peak sat the seed, no longer dormant, no longer waiting. It had bloomed. The petals curled outward in slow, rhythmic undulations, slick with dark fluid that dripped down the structure in thin rivulets. At the center of the bloom, an eye stared, vast and lidless, its iris a spiral of reds and greens pulsing like a wounded star. The same eye I had seen in my dreams. The same eye that had looked through the mask. I fell to my knees. The pressure in my skull grew unbearable. Thoughts unraveling, like wet thread. Names poured into me, dates, faces, histories not my own. Carried on the sap-stained breath of the forest. It showed me what it remembered. Stormridge. Before it was a name, when it was a wound carved into sacred soil, rituals performed in secret, beneath roots and stars, sacrifices bound in thorns. Each step I had taken to this moment, preordained by something older than language, and Amanda, the reckless occultist, the seeker of forbidden names, I realized, with a kind of quiet horror, that I hadn't found the forest. It had called me back. The wind stirred. But it wasn't wind. It was breath. A long exhale from the tower. The totems groaned as vines slithered free from their bases. Dragging themselves toward me, they moved slowly, reverently, coiling like serpents around my arms, my legs, not to bind, but to lift, to present me to the eye. It looked through me, and then into me. Images flashed behind my eyes too fast, too fractured to hold. Cities drowned in root and ash. Skies split open by thorned limbs. Humanity dissolving into green. I saw a world not conquered by the forest, but returned to it, restored to something primal, sacred, terrible. I screamed, or tried to. My mouth opened, but no sound came, only vines, slithering from my throat, blooming tiny red flowers as they reached for the sky. The eye pulsed once, and I understood. I was never meant to stop it. I was the offering, the one who walked the way, who cut the seed, who gave voice to its name in blood. The forest didn't want to devour the highway. It wanted to replace it. Beneath me, the roots surged upward, cracking the earth, tearing through layers of asphalt and bone. The old road, the highway I had once driven, broken and forgotten, shattered as something vast and coiled rose beneath it. The cursed briar, not just a plant, not just a creature, a god of thorns and memory. Its limbs unfurled across the forest, threading through trees, splitting stones, curling around mountains. Roads buckled, towns silenced beneath the crush of blooming roots. Every whisper in the wind, every bird that fell silent. It had all led to this, and I was its herald, its mouth. The eye blinked once, the vines tightened, and then there was only green. I don't remember how long I was gone. The forest does not keep time the way we do. It breathes in centuries and exhales in silence. When I woke, if waking is the right word, it was beneath the twisted canopy of what had once been Gifford Pinchot. Though no name survives its rebirth, there were no trees, not in the way we name them. Only thorns, spiraled like cathedrals, arching high into a sky gone dark and soft with spores. Vines pulsed across the surface of the earth, connecting all things, like veins running through a single vast body. And above it all, towering like the spire of a forgotten temple, the briar loomed. The eye was gone, closed, sleeping, but I could feel it in the air, in my blood, in every breath I drew into lungs. No longer wholly my own, I stumbled through the changed world like a dreamer, uncertain of where the waking ended. The bones of the old highway still jutted from the earth in places, fragments of pavement woven through with root and thorn. Signs warped by sap and rust leaned against gnarled trees that bled amber when touched. Stormridge, if it still existed, had been swallowed, and in its place, a garden, the cursed kind. I wandered for what could have been hours or weeks. Each step met with whispers rising from beneath the soil, telling me secrets in voices I once knew. My mother, my old mentor from the occult circles, a man I'd loved and betrayed. My own voice, distorted, childlike, singing a song it never learned. The forest spoke in me, through me, with me. I tried to fight it. I did, but resistance in a place like this is like holding your breath underwater. Eventually something inside you breaks. So I listened. It taught me to hear in the roots, to see without eyes, to speak the language of petals and ash. The seed it had planted in me was not just metaphor. I felt it growing, something new, something ancient curling through my veins. I thought it might consume me, but it didn't. It changed me. I became the voice of the briar, not its master. Never that, but its vessel, its memory. And so I walked through the new wild, where cities once stood, now reduced to moss-choked husks and vine-threaded bones. I watched the last remnants of the old world crumble beneath creeping green. No screams, no panic, just silence and breath, and the slow bloom of something that was always meant to return. Once, I saw a child, alone in the overgrowth, barefoot, eyes wide with wonder, a crown of thorns nestled in her curls, like it had grown there. She looked at me. She knew me, smiled, and walked on. I followed her to the edge of the world. There, beneath a sky bruised with dusk, I saw the final road vanish, the last stretch of asphalt swallowed by thorn and vine. No fanfare, no struggle, just absorption, memory, return, and in that moment, the forest sighed, not with hunger, but with relief. The old world had ended. The new had rooted. Still, sometimes when the winds shift and the eye stirs, I remember the woman I was, Amanda, reckless, defiant, alone. Now I am many. I am voice. I am seed. I am soil. And yet, in the quiet, just before the briar hums again, I hear them, whispers in the dark, familiar, crying out from beneath. Not gone, not yet, just waiting.